Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up. Yeah, hello. Wake up. Tuesday, November 26th. A Colorado judge rules transgender athlete can play for San Jose State and take part in the Mountain West Conference upcoming volleyball tournament. Congresswoman Hageman accuses a Teton County sheriff of allowing ICE detainees to go free from his jail. Sheriff says that's not true. Speaking of Representative Hageman, she joins the show later this morning. The loneliest tree in Montana gets a little love and a Christmas makeover from a long-haul trucker out of Texas. He's been decorating that tree for years. The mystery of the famed hijacker D.B. Cooper continues to spark interest. Is the case finally solved after a Cowboy State Daily expose? The secret spot to see up to 50 moose in one place is not so secret anymore. We won't tell you where it is, but we'll share what you might find there if you discover it. That guy caught on camera swinging a flagpole at the January 6th Capitol riot, he's from Wyoming. He just got sentenced to 3 years. All these stories.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Tuesday, November 26th. I'm Wendy Core, bringing you headlines from the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, brought to you by the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. From 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, Cowboy State Daily's Jake Nichols takes you deeper into the stories that matter and keeps up with the news, weather, and sports in your part of Wyoming. Just tune in to CowboyStateDaily.com and join the conversation. A Colorado-based federal judge declined Monday to remove a transgender player from the upcoming Mountain West Conference Women's Volleyball Championship playoffs. U.S. District Court Judge S. Cato Cruz issued the 28-page order Monday, in which he also did not reverse the 6 forfeit losses teams have taken by boycotting matches against that player this season. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland has been covering this story.
So the lawsuit is still in play, but the judge did hand down a bad omen against the volleyball players. He denied their request for preliminary injunction. The judge says, I'm not going to stop the tournament. I'm not going to get Blair Fleming out of the league during this case. And so in making that order, he makes a finding saying, you ladies are not likely to succeed.
San Jose State University is seeded number 2 in the Mountain West Conference going into the upcoming tournament with a 12-6 conference record. A modern era of mass Indian removal is coming to an end. That's what those fighting to return Native American imagery to sports team branding are arguing. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that groups like the Native American Guardians Association believe that Montana U.S. Senator Steve Daines hasn't gone far enough to restore the former Washington Redskins logo to the NFL franchise.
It's actually modeled after Blackfeet chiefs and was initiated by a Blackfeet tribal member who brought it to the Redskins back in the early 70s, Blackie Wetzel. Since May, Senator Steve Daines from Montana has been trying to get that story out in an effort to convince the Commanders to readopt what he considers and what many in Montana consider a culturally valuable symbol that was inspired authentically by Blackfeet tribal members and should be returned to the Commanders.
Daines also has suggested perhaps a new team name for Washington's football team, the Washington Warriors, which would honor the fact that Native Americans serve in the U.S. Armed Forces at a higher rate per capita than any other ethnic group. Douglas Harrington became the first Wyoming person to get prison time for participating in the January 6, 2021 riot at the U.S. Capitol. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that the 69-year-old Bedford resident was sentenced in the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia on Monday to 40 months in prison, 24 months of supervised release, and was ordered to pay $2,000 in restitution.
Harrington first received charges in 2023, and finally his case is coming to a close. We'll see, though, what happens with his case, even though he was sentenced to prison, President-elect Donald Trump has vowed numerous times to pardon many, if not all, of the January 6th participants who have been facing criminal charges.
More than 1,561 people have been charged from nearly all 50 states for crimes related to the breach of the U.S. Capitol. During the January 6th riot, Harrington swung a flagpole with a metal ball attached to the end of it at police officers. What started as a reluctant promise to his wife 15 years ago has become an annual holiday tradition that sets the mood for the holiday season in northern Wyoming and southern Montana. Herman Segura was back along I-90 north of Sheridan on the Crow Reservation Saturday, decorating the single lonely tree that's defiantly grown in the median between interstate lanes. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson spoke to the Texas truck driver who's adopted the lone pine tree with help from some new friends.
His regular route goes from Dallas all the way up into Calgary and then back. And so he has, for the last 15 years, has taken it upon himself to decorate this tree. And over the years, some locals who have noticed it decorated have put cards on the tree to thank him for it and to offer to help. He loves it, and besides, his wife would probably torture him if he ever stopped.
The tree is on the Crow Reservation, and Segura said he's had full support from the local tribes. In fact, this year he found a card on the tree that read, "Merry Christmas from the Blackfeet Nation." And now let's take a look at today's weather with Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day.
Another little piece of that storm that was on the west coast is coming through the Rockies over the next 24 hours. While this is not a major storm and Wyoming is not going to take a direct hit, it still will have some impacts. As the day progresses, we'll see snow increase across the far western border areas of the state, so Star Valley, Afton, down to Cameron, Evanston, up to Jackson. Around Grand Teton and Yellowstone National Parks will be developing snow showers at the beginning of the day today. These snow showers will spread along the Interstate 80 corridor later today, tonight, into Wednesday morning. So travelers, holiday travelers, along I-80, adjacent roads and highways, and the mountain passes of the south and west, be ready for a little bit of winter driving. Temperatures behind this front are going to be a lot colder as well by tomorrow. And while the snow showers will be done by Thursday, Thanksgiving Day, Thursday into Friday are going to be brisk, rather chilly. Most of the state will see highs only in the 30s, lows down into the teens. Also, travelers today, tonight into Wednesday into Utah, eastern Idaho and Colorado, you're going to be encountering more snow in those areas.
You can get Don's full forecast on the Cowboy State Daily website. I'll be back in just 15 seconds with more news.
Open enrollment is here. Discover a range of low-cost plans from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Shop now to find the best option for you. Online, in town, in touch. We're right around the corner. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. What's your plan?
Recent friction between Wyoming's only U.S. House representative and the Teton County Sheriff's Office regarding illegal immigration processes boils down to a liability concern. Representative Harriet Hageman told readers of her Sunday newsletter that Immigration Customs and Enforcement, or ICE, conducted a recent operation in Teton County. But Sheriff Matt Carr told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland on Monday that he hadn't heard of a recent operation in the county by ICE.
The Teton County Sheriff said, I have no idea what she's talking about. Usually ICE tells me when they're doing an operation here. They said nothing, and I have worked well with them, but ICE didn't comment and the representative didn't comment, so we're just left with this ball of confusion.
The sheriff said he was grateful for the chance to speak out on the controversy because he's received numerous emails on the issue since Hageman's newsletter was sent out. A group of local residents are suing the Wyoming State Board of Land Commissioners, claiming their civil rights were violated when they weren't given a chance to weigh in on a series of Casper Mountain state land leases to mine gravel. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the residents, who all own land adjacent to the proposed gravel pit, claim they should have been given an opportunity to comment on gravel mining company Prism Logistics' plans before the land board approved the leases in June and October of 2023.
They said they were not provided proper notification before the state land board acted to approve leases to Prism Logistics, the gravel mining company. And so they're saying that their civil rights were violated, they didn't receive due process. And that's kind of an argument that's giving them another angle at trying to stop any kind of gravel mining at the base of Casper Mountain.
The county board voted September 17th to amend the county's zoning ordinance, removing mining as an allowable use in the mountain residential zone. All the state land leases acquired by Prism Logistics sit in that zone. U.S. Senator John Barrasso wants to increase fossil fuel production and decrease illegal immigration numbers in America. That's what Barrasso told Fox News on Sunday, and he'll have a significant amount of say in these matters as he was elected Senate Whip earlier this month, the number 2 leadership position in the Senate. That's according to politics reporter Leo Wolfson.
Barrasso said the main reason why he'd support mass deportations of illegal immigrants is because he believes that it is an issue that needs to be put under control and something that American people care very much about. He believes that President-elect Donald Trump's election was a mandate on immigration. Most specifically, it was one of the top issues identified during that election, and polls show that this is an issue that a lot of people gave their support to Trump for, even after the election.
Barrasso said he considers curbing illegal immigration and lowering energy prices some of his biggest priorities entering the new congressional session and Trump presidency. And it's the classic Wyoming wildlife photographer's dilemma: how to share the state's special places and amazing creatures with the world without those places getting overrun by people and the animals driven away. Photographer Deb Richardson of Star Valley knows of one such place and is facing that dilemma. She told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines that she fell in love with a spot in the general vicinity of Grand Teton National Park that during November and December draws huge bull moose by the dozen.
She's gotten some spectacular shots, which of course she's a photographer. That's how she makes her living, and she shares it on social media. But it creates that quandary. It's like, how do I get these images out and share this beauty with the world without the world finding out where this place is and coming and overrunning it?
On the positive side, Richardson said she hopes some of the people showing up at the Moose Magnet are the next generation of aspiring photographers, people who will treat the area and the moose with respect. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. And you can watch this newscast every day by clicking subscribe on our YouTube channel. And don't forget to drop in on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake Nichols Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Canada, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none. Let's take a look at that sunrise photo of the day. A couple of horses standing out there in the foggy freeze. That's Kristen Marcus who took the photo. Kristen says the foggy sunrise over Parkman, Wyoming. Beautiful photo. Thank you, Kristen, for that. Here's Don Day's weather forecast and the photo taken down the Hoback. Walter Stradley took this photo. Yeah, snow makes everything look prettier. I agree, Walter. Your Don Day weather forecast. Well, just as Don said, exactly as he said, the state is split in half. north to south as to who's getting weather and who isn't. And along the I-80 corridor, definitely weather impacting your travel today. Central Wyoming, Casper, chance of rain, maybe a little bit of snow in there as well. Highs 41, breezy. Lander, same thing. You might see that rain turn to snow after 11 in the morning, with highs around 38 in Lander, 41 in Casper. Southwest Wyoming, Evanston, you're already getting snow right now. Up to 2 inches of snow today with highs around 34. Rock Springs, snow, 34. Kemmer, same thing. Winter weather advisory in effect, actually, until tomorrow morning. What happens when my music cuts out? All right, there we go. Pinedale, you'll likely get some snow today, maybe starting up a little bit here in maybe an hour or two. 28 the high in Pinedale. Afton, winter weather advisory until tomorrow morning. You're going to see up to 2 inches of snow in Afton with highs around 35. Du Bois, Jackson, snow likely. Winter weather advisory in effect for Jackson until tomorrow morning. Couple of inches on the way for Jackson. Maybe an inch in Du Bois with wind conditions. Bighorn Basin, it's like it's not even happening for you. Thermopolis, Cody, Worland, you're looking at partly sunny to mostly sunny skies today with highs in the low 40s. Just a slight chance of rain in Cody, maybe. Same thing in north central Wyoming. As long as you're above the midway point there of Wyoming, you're seeing pretty decent weather. Sunny today in Buffalo, 42 degrees. Sunny start to the day in Sheridan with clouds on the increase, highs 44 in Sheridan. Northeast Wyoming, Gillette, you'll see the sun in the morning and then clouds increasing, highs 44. You'll be cloudy by tonight, increasing clouds in Newcastle as well with highs 41. Down in the plains, Torrington, slight chance of snow and rain mix after 11 in the morning. Otherwise, highs 46 in Torrington, high of 47 in Wheatland with cloudy conditions. Southeast Wyoming, chance of rain after 5 in Cheyenne. Otherwise, cloudy, 47. Laramie, you might see some snow showers developing in the late morning. Otherwise, cloudy, 41. South Central Wyoming, Rawlins, chance of snow in the late afternoon. Breezy, cloudy, with highs 36, topping out 38 in Saratoga, the chance of snow. You'll see from the weather map, you'll get a better indication of what's going on out there. I mean, that couldn't be more defined as it is here. Check out that weather map. I mean, a very distinct line drawn just south of Lander, just south of Casper and Douglas. Wheatland, you're kind of on the cusp as the weather moves through. I-80 definitely impacted as the radar shows, and that line will start creeping up a little bit. Wheatland, Torrington, you're going to be in it here soon and getting a little bit of rain. Afton as well. Going to start seeing a little bit of snow shower activity. Pinedale, it's coming. And down day, right on with this forecast. Currently 18 degrees in Kemmer, 23 in Jackson, 25 in Casey. Powell, you're 18 to start the day this morning. 29 degrees in Glen Rock and 29 in Laramie as well. Looking at road conditions, yeah, as you can expect, I-80 is troublesome. Here's the trouble with I-80. It's not just, like a full-on blizzard. And it's not visibility so much. It's the fact that you're right on the cusp of rain and snow and freezing and not freezing. So you'll see wet conditions, let's say in Wamsutter. And as you hammer down towards Rock Springs heading west, all of a sudden that wet road gets a little icy and slippery and snowy. So it's changing conditions, certainly winterish conditions on I-80. Watch your travel on Interstate 80 west and east along that corridor. That's where the weather is right now and will remain for most of the day. And then watch some mountainous areas as you move up to Kemmer, Afton, Star Valley, Jackson, Pinedale. You're going to see some snow on the way as you get up in elevation. That's where most of the weather is happening today, south and a little bit far west in the mountains. Is Don Day's weather forecast. And hey, Don Day told us that yesterday. How about that? He's exactly right with the weather forecast. Digging into this morning's stories, and that's still DB Cooper story continues to have some legs this morning. Did we solve the case of DB Cooper? Mayhap, did Jen Coker for Cowboy State Dailies, did her expose on DB Cooper finally solve the case? It certainly looks. I mean, I'm going to talk, I think Jen's going to join us at 6:45, Greg. That's her usual time slot. We had her on special yesterday. But if so, I want to explore more of the story. We had the expert on yesterday, and Jen didn't get a chance to talk a lot about the story. I want to explore more about the DB Cooper story and the copycat hijacking, because I know some of our listeners and readers got a little confused as to which hijacking are we talking about. There were two, and was it the same guy? So we're going to explore that a little more in depth. But that story's big. I mean, that story continues to be really important. I wonder if the FBI is going to dig into this kind of hard.
Yeah, I think they are.
Yeah,
I think that's part of it. Is they have opened the investigation again to look at this stuff.
I'm experimenting with a new video settings because I know our pictures, our video has been a little sketchy in the past few days. So I'm working on a little something new tech on my end, because, you know, we're all in the middle of nowhere, Wyoming. We're lucky anything works when it comes to the interwebs. But I think I might have a solution. I love this story about the trucker. Greg, how'd you find out about the long-haul trucker out of Texas? And he makes this run, a 3-day run all the way up to Canada and 3 days back to Texas, delivering stuff, I think, for Sherwood.
Sherwin-Williams, yeah.
Yeah, and he passes this lonely... that's so cool of him to notice this lonely little tree in the middle of nowhere, and that's pretty. And then what did he do with it? He decorates this thing for Christmas.
Yeah. It's we discovered this guy last year. For years, he's been doing this. He's been going up there and people just driving I-80 between Sheridan and Billings are like, what the heck? It's just in the middle of nowhere. And there's only one tree there too. It's not like there's a bunch of trees. There's just one tree, and it's sitting there in the median between the lanes of the highway. And so, he's been decorating it. This year was the 15th year. He went up again this Saturday, and did it. And I talked to him last year, and I started getting a bunch of text messages, and he's texting me photos that they've done it again. Yeah, his name is Herman Segura, and he's been doing it, and so now people know who has been doing that, and it's not even a local. It's just some guy from Texas who likes decorating that tree each year.
Yeah, if you've ever, for folks in Wyoming, if you've ever driven Interstate 90, when you get north of Sheridan, as soon as you leave Sheridan, you're basically into that area of northern Wyoming that is just rolling hayfields, big sprawling ranches, and little else. I mean, nothing until you get all the way to Montana border, and you still have nothing. You got a welcome to Montana sign. That's about it. And then you're into the Crow Reservation. I mean, it is a lonely, desolate drive at times. And for Herman Segura to notice his poor little tree, which happens to be on the Crow Reservation. And by the way, the Crow are all about this. They're totally fine with the tree getting decorated. Even the Montana Highway Department has, they don't make an official statement on whether they want the tree decorated. But one year when the decorations were left up until March, the Highway Department had took it upon themselves to undecorate the tree, but save all the stuff because they realize what's going on. 15 years of decorating this lonely tree. And I could just see Segura on the phone when you described this story. I'm glad you played up the wife aspect because that really brings it together. Segura, these long haul truckers are away from home so often, 6 days out of 7 of the week. And Segura gets on the phone with his wife and he said, I just passed this poor looking tree. It's the only thing out here. And she said, go back there and put something on it.
Yeah, he called it it looked like a cold little orphan is what he called it. And so she's like, well, go put a coat on it, and he's like, yeah, I thought he was joking. She's like, no, go do it.
Yeah, get back there.
Turn around, and he actually put a jacket on it, and then said, okay, next time I'm up, I'll decorate it right. And so it's been doing that for every year. I guess it's his wife likes him to do it, and so he likes to do it. And the locals like it. They leave him cards on the tree. They'll stop by and they'll leave a card on the tree for him and stuff. And so far, nobody has touched any of the stuff. They haven't, taken his lights they have a solar thing that's. People ask, how do the lights stay on?
I didn't.
Got a little solar thing there. And they leave the tree pretty much alone.
We're showing photos of it now. Welcome to Crow Country. Feliz Navidad from the Blackfoot Nation. There's the tree all decorated. Boy, I mean, they decorate it nice. I was picturing, just a few things. Look at that. I mean, they do it up right.
It's not small. It's not huge, but it's not small either. I mean, they drag a scaffold out there to get up there.
There's the scaffold. And here's what the tree looks like just sitting there. Segura in his truck and this poor tree. You can see this. You can get an idea of the stretch. Here it is look beyond past that tree. There's just nothing. So it's nothing. I mean, it's all flat and it's ranch land. And then all of a sudden this one tree says, I think I can. That's pretty neat. Great story, Greg. Love it. What else is going on this morning that you see in the news? Lead story, that volleyball thing continues to be in the news, but judge ruling might be a huge swing towards San Jose State. This first time we've seen the college respond, saying they are in full agreement and enjoy the judge's decision. 28-page ruling. Judge Cruz said this transgender player can play for San Jose State and can take part in the Mountain West Conference tournament. The lawsuit, meanwhile, can go forward, but this announcement from the judge makes it seem like, hey, lay off until the Mountain West Conference changes policy or the NCAA changes its policy. It's okay for a transgender player to play on a volleyball team.
Well, but that wasn't the ruling. The ruling was they were too late. The ruling was they made their argument, they made their petition for the stay of the player playing too late. That they didn't prove that there was an immediate concern or injury from it. So, but yeah, it's not a ruling on the lawsuit itself. It's just on there saying, hey, let's ban this person from being in the tournament. And the judge says, no, not going to do it.
In the ruling, yes, Judge Cruz barely addressed the alleged fairness and safety issues raised by, for instance, Blair Fleming's own teammate, Brooke Slusser, and others. She barely touched on that. Basically, the judge... is it a she? I don't. Judge Cruz? No, sorry. Judge Cruz barely touched on whether the fairness aspect, but did pretty much harp on the timing. This is too late. Seems like it's the timing of the lawsuit is just to disrupt the tournament, and he's not going to allow that. So, yeah, that tournament will move forward. I'll be interested to see who roots for who as that goes on. Suddenly, I have an interest in volleyball that I never had before. But I'll be rooting for our Wyoming Cowgirls, that's for sure. More questions and answers in the story from Claire McFarland concerning Harriet Hageman. She releases, I think, a regular newsletter, and in it on Sunday, she accused of Teton County Sheriff Matt Carr, of not holding ICE detainees when ICE wanted to come and get them. And he said that's his policy has always been to follow ICE regulations. He's got 2 regular agents he's worked with. He's got a good relationship with ICE, although he hasn't seen them much in the last 4 years under the Biden administration, he said. But
yeah, I thought that was interesting what he said, because I mean, and he's right, is that he can't hold these people forever.
Right.
There are regulations on it, and if someone comes and says, "Hey, I want you to hold them," and it's longer than what he's legally allowed to hold them for, he can't just do it. So yeah, it's an interesting thing, but you're right. It was interesting for him to also weigh in on how it does seem to be differences between administrations and how attentive ICE is to those people being held.
Yeah, there seemed to be a lot more deportation activity during Trump 1 than there has been in the Biden administration, for sure. Just, anecdotally, I'm following it. But I like the fact that Claire McFarland, while she didn't get a lot of answers, she's got 2 people that are very far apart, Harriet Hageman and Matt Carr. They're both, and by the way, we're going to have Representative Hageman on the show later today. There still seems to be a lot of gray area and confusion of the story, but she did explore she talked to other people. She talked to other sheriffs in other counties and got their opinions on things. And it made it a little more clear why Sheriff Matt Carr from Teton County would be careful with how long he holds people. I mean, and unless or until you've got an illegal immigrant, if you don't know and they're just in for a DUI or whatever, there's protocol on how long you can hang on to people, and the ACLU is ready to sue if you infringe on someone's rights and keep them incarcerated longer than you're supposed to, unless a judge has signed an order, and that's what Sheriff Carr says he's looking for. Without a signed order, he's got to follow the Constitution.
Yeah, well, it was about 30 years ago or so. I think it was during the Clinton administration. I was in Alamosa, Colorado, which is southern Colorado, and there's a main highway that goes through there called Highway 160, and it ran up through Arizona and everything, and they would stop these moving trucks, U-Hauls and everything, stuffed full of illegal immigrants.
Oh, wow.
I mean, just packed. And all they would do is they would cut a hole in the bottom of the truck so these people could relieve themselves while they're driving. And they would catch these trucks. They'd stop them along what they call the San Luis Valley there across southern Colorado. They'd stop these trucks packed full of illegal immigrants, and they would call immigration, and almost every single time they wouldn't come and get them. They would just say, "Well, let them go down the road. We'll catch them later." And of course, they never catch them later. And so, the local officials were always told by the federal immigration officials, "Just let them go down the road. We'll catch them later." And the local officials really got sick of that. And the drivers would be carrying huge wads of cash because these guys had paid them, basically everything they had in their lives to get them into the U.S. and everything. And so it got to the point where they would they would threaten the drivers and make them at least like buy everybody McDonald's and stuff and feed them and everything before they sent them on their way down the road. But yeah, it's been happening for decades that locals get really frustrated that when they do catch these guys, the feds don't do anything or say, yeah, we'll catch them down the road. And of course they don't. And it's been a long running frustration, I know, for local officials on that.
Yeah, I imagine ICE is stretched pretty thin. I mean, the border patrol, it never has enough people, I'm sure. And then ICE, way up here in Wyoming and Colorado, they probably just, have to cover such huge area. They have to pick and choose what they are able to respond to. But yeah, just another reason not to follow truckers. You got truckers throwing their jugs of pee out the window, and now there's not enough washer wiper fluid when I'm following a trucker. I try to get past them as fast as I can. I know where this secret spot is that moose gather. Story from Mark Hines, who talked to a photographer who's worried that, it's not a case of geotagging here, but it's a case of, what was a local secret on where moose like to hang out. And in the winter, you'll rarely see moose together if it's not winter. They're pretty solitary animals. But in the winter, you'll see them, be together without fighting. Although I've seen them fight in this area too. Get into some real serious sparring. But I know where this is, and yeah, I'm afraid it'll be ruined as well with more notoriety. But there's a spot in Grand Teton National Park where the moose congregate by the dozens. I mean, a ton of them.
Yeah, Moosapalooza.
Moosapalooza. Yep, I've seen them there. And this photographer interviewed by Mark Hines says, it's her hope that the next generation of photographers can responsibly use this area and care for it. But in the story, there's instances of photographers getting so close, their camera gets hung up on the horns of the moose and carried away. That's an indication you're too close. Yeah, people are going to ruin it. Yeah. People ruin everything.
They make telephoto lenses for a reason. Yeah.
Yeah.
And for the record, because people like to react to the headline and not read the story. Mark does not disclose where this location is in the story. We're not outing anything. But the photos are cool. And there's, we've said it before, I spent 7 years in Alaska. There's tons of moose up there. I love seeing the moose.
Yeah, I know. Me too.
Cool. I would have to, sometimes I'd get home and there'd be moose hanging out in my driveway, and I just have to wait for them to leave because they're too temperamental. You can't get out and expect them to be docile. Sometimes they will be, but other times, they'll stomp you.
You're right. They're kind of like a Yellowstone bison, where 90% of the time they're chill and you can be pretty close to them, and then 10% of the time, when they get angry, get your dog and get the heck out of there, because, they can mess you up. They're
like an ex-girlfriend, though. They can just go off for no reason.
They're good until they're not, right?
I'll get it. But
this Wyoming man from Bedford, Wyoming, Douglas Harrington, was sentenced Monday to 3 years for his role in the January 6, 2021 Capitol riot. He was the guy swinging the flagpole. That's a pretty harsh sentence, 3 years in prison. And we'll all wait to see whether President-elect Trump pardons most, if not all, of these folks who took part in this riot. But he's not the only Wyoming guy, but he's got the hardest sentence of anybody from Wyoming.
Yeah, that will be interesting because Trump has said that several times, that he's going to pardon everyone who's been charged in that. So it'll be interesting to see if he really does. My guess is he probably does.
Yeah, I think he will.
Yeah. So whether he actually will serve any of that those 3 years, we'll see.
We got a Laramie resident that was charged, a former Cody resident charged from Wyoming, and in all, more than 1,561 people have been charged from representing all 50 states. So it's been equal opportunity arrests made and charges made. And does Trump pardon all 1,500 plus? We'll see. It'll be interesting. Gravel pit in the news in Casper. Again, nobody likes gravel pits.
Yeah, this is interesting because they're suing the the Board of Land Commissioners, which is basically the top 5 electeds. The board is made up of Gordon and Chuck Gray and Christy Racines and Dagenfelder and Meyer. Someone else. But anyway, yeah, they're suing them, saying they didn't have enough. They didn't allow the public to weigh in before they approved the leases for the gravel.
This is a gravel mine near the base of Casper Mountain. We're talking about the story from Dale Killingback. I like this idea of honoring Barbara Cuban. So is Harriet Hagman. So does Senator John Barrasso. This delegation that wants to name the Casper Trails Center for the former House Rep Barbara Cuban, who's the longest serving or one of the longest serving. She was in there a long time in Congress.
Second, but the first longest serving was like right around statehood, like 100 years ago.
Oh, right. Barbara Cuban is 78 now. And she represented this state well for a long, long time.
Yeah. When they start naming things for you, that's where you've had an impact. I spent those years up in Gillette, and there's stuff up there named for Mike Enzi. And probably more stuff will get named for Mike Enzi up there. So yeah, that's a pretty big honor especially at the federal level, to have something named for you.
Yeah, definitely. Representative Hageman, who again will be on the show later this morning, also tweeted her comments calling Barbara Cuban an inspiration and just a forerunner, a trailblazer for politics, especially women in politics. Senator Barrasso was on Fox News the other day, and he didn't tell Fox News anything he didn't tell us when he was on. Same thing. He's been harping those two strings. There's too many illegals in, and there's not enough fracking and energy extraction going on in the U.S. Both those things are going to change under Trump. He accused the Biden administration of putting a noose on American energy, and Trump's cabinet will take the handcuffs off fossil fuels. Leo Wilson with that story on Barrasso's appearance on Fox News. Again, it looked just like Cowboy State Daily News when he was on with us, except in the background, some sharp eyes have noticed something behind Senator Barrasso. Did you see that?
What, a bookshelf?
Yeah, on his bookshelf. I've got the bookshelf. And Senator Barrasso, when he was on with us, noted things on my bookshelf. He said, I see you're, rocking the old Wyoming license plate. And he took notice. And we took notice of Senator Barrasso's appearance on Fox News. In the background are 2 coffee table books about Wyoming written by our own Bill Sniffen. So that's pretty cool marketing. That's there, cool. Bill. You got to get on that. Yeah. Yeah, great stories. I'm going to clear the Zoom room because I think Jen is coming on.
Awesome. I'll go look for some moose.
You're going on the moose hunt?
Yeah.
I can tell you on the down low where they are. I mean, it's not like, you got to hunt real hard to find them. If you take the right road, it's pretty evident. You can't hide 40-something moose hanging out.
I'm okay just looking at the photos of them.
Okay.
That's good enough for me.
You love your moose, don't you?
Yeah, moose are awesome.
Yeah,
they taste good too. Moose chili. That's the thing.
Moose are cool. All right. Thanks, Greg.
All right. See you, Jake.
Yeah, Greg Johnson, Cowboy State Daily managing editor, teeing up a couple of the stories today, the Cowboy State Daily, and we'll clear the room. Oh, I just closed the room on you, Jen. Get back in here. I don't know what happens when I close the Zoom room if someone's in it. I'm sure they're given notice that the host, me, just close the room, slam the door right in their face, and then they can rejoin. Yeah, all right, that's what we did. Whew. I mean, we can ask Jen. We'll ask Jen how it goes down. Jen Coker joins us live in the Zoom room. Jen, what happens when I accidentally close the Zoom room while you're in there? What is it? Does it say you've been shut out? What happens?
It just tells me to get lost.
Take a hike, jump out of an airplane, get lost.
Yeah.
I
Do
want
a back roll at 200 miles an hour. That's what it says.
Yeah, we talked yesterday just a little bit about this story, the DB Cooper, the story that is just breaking news, breaking everything, breaking the interwebs. Although our servers have held up, but I see the story has been shared everywhere. Everybody's got their version of it now, but this young lady, Jen Coker, broke the story about DB Cooper, the infamous hijacker who we're learning maybe about the identity. I want to cover a couple of things we didn't get to yesterday, starting with I saw some folks that texted and emailed me after our interview that were confused about the two hijackings. And so was I a little bit. I know. So there's the one original where it's DB Cooper and we don't know where he went. And then there's another one. So walk us through the two separate incidents.
Yeah. So the DB Cooper, which is still the unidentified hijackers, happened in November 1971. And the near copycat hijacking that occurred over Utah was definitely done by Richard McCoy. And there's a lot of similarities between the two hijackings. And this is what caught the FBI's attention. But Richard McCoy was apprehended for that second one. He did pull it off. He landed, and I can't remember what altitude, but it was very similar. And he got away with $500,000 this time. Well, I should say this time. So I'm conflating the two. So that's the trap I fall into.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the confusion. So he did get away with it, and he was busted within 72 hours for a variety of different reasons. Namely that he left fingerprints and also a handwriting sample. They were able to ID him, a couple eyewitnesses, and then his sister-in-law, Denise, allegedly also blabbed to a man she was dating at the time who was either a law enforcement of some kind. So, and that wasn't in my story because I couldn't verify it. But that was the general consensus, what the McCoy kids heard when they were growing up anyway. So they're two very separate hijackings, very similar. And so far, only one, Richard McCoy, has been ID'd in that second one over Utah, which coincidentally is where he lived.
So two incidents separated by 5 months. Now, if you weren't of the theory that it was the same guy, DB Cooper is McCoy, if you were just following this in the news headlines in the newspaper, you think, this second guy learned from the first guy, you can hijack a plane and demand money and then jump out of the thing and no one is ever going to find, this is interesting. Or you can subscribe to the theory that DB Cooper did it once, screwed up, he made a few mistakes and he knows it. One is he didn't get enough money, $200,000. You can do better than that, right? For jumping out of an airplane. So if you're of that theory, you got to make sure you secure the money, man. What good is the whole event if you jump out of the plane and the bag of money goes one way and you go another? So he fixed some things this time. Yeah, I could see the similarity.
Yeah, I mean, and one compelling bit of evidence that was in the book by the FBI agent and his parole officer that was banned, the DB Cooper, the real McCoy, was a similarity in the way that the hijacker in the first hijacking replicated near identical when they pulled the plane in to get the money. He actually had the fuel truck park in exactly the same spot as the hijacker did in the first one. I do not believe that information was made public at the time. So for a copycat to know that, he would have had to have some insider knowledge. Now, I will tell you, my email has blown up by people telling me, either I'm a crackpot, or second, that there's some validity to this. And these people are the ones who are well into the vortex. And the vortex is the online community where people get together and share their theories. Dan's theory is not popular there, I will say, but it's, there's so much here. The way people are interpreting the evidence, you start to sift through, and it's like, well, based on what the evidence is, it can be interpreted a lot of different ways. So again, it goes back to the FBI and what they're going to do on this.
Let's rewind. 1972 is April 1972 when McCoy pulls off his hijacking. He's caught in 3 days and he's put in prison. Now we move ahead to 1974. He breaks out of prison because here's my question. Another thing I wondered is, why don't the offspring of Richard McCoy just ask him, does he make a confession from prison? Did he ever get out of prison? Well, we find out he did get out of prison for a little while, not long. What happened to McCoy on the prison break?
Right. And remember, the kids at the time were very young. Shantae was 5 or 6 and Richard Jr. was only 2. So, that wasn't a conversation they would be having. And I did find out yesterday on a podcast, and I have to go back and listen to it, but Richard McCoy did find a letter his dad had written to him from prison as a young child, but there wasn't a confession in there. But it was just, written to his son. And also, I think they're going back and trying to piece together the mystery as well. So it's, they suspect their father of it, but they don't have definitive evidence also.
Richard McCoy was sentenced to 45 years in prison, broke out of that maximum security federal prison in Pennsylvania with 2 others, and was killed in a shootout in 1974 in Virginia Beach, Virginia, 3 months after he broke out. So we're never going to know from the original Richard McCoy, and his kids are named McCoy 2 and 3, or that's another confusion as to who's Richard McCoy, who's the real McCoy we're talking about. Yeah. And
Richard II and Richard III, the son.
Okay.
It took me a while. I struggled with that too.
Yeah. So that's some interesting stuff. You said the stories you've probably seen where the story has since appeared. The Cowboy State Daily story that you broke, it's been shared by other news stories, either just sharing the story or writing their own version based on what you did. And we all know what happens when you play telephone. Some things that you were careful to get right. Maybe there's another news agency not so careful to get right when they just kind of picking and choosing what to pull out of your story. What have you seen out there that you say, oh, that's interesting that they shared that story, or boy, that they messed it up sharing that story? What have you noticed?
Well, what's been the most surprising to me is there is one major fact in there that is incorrect that has been shared in every story that I've seen, and that's that the McCoy kids reached out to Dan Greider. That couldn't be further from the truth. Dan Greider had reached out to them for decades, or at least a solid decade, trying to get the kids to talk, and they blew them off. They weren't ready. And it wasn't until their mother died that Dan reached out again to them. They did not make contact with him initially. And that I see, it's just surprising to me that nobody has bothered to ask the McCoy kids. I was surprised at how major news outlets rip off work and call it their own. The ones that don't cite and then cite each other as having stolen it, it's just surprising. In Wyoming, we just couldn't get away with that. If I tried to rewrite a story, my editors would throw me out the door. So it's surprising that, I guess it speaks to the quality of journalism we're doing here in Wyoming.
It does, and speaks to the quality of journalism not done here at Cowboy State Day. I mean, we all know, a lot of people, we read fake news, we read weird news, half-truth news. And yeah, that's what happens when you didn't get the scoop as a news agency. Someone else did, and you want to grab and kind of share parts of their story, and then someone takes that story from you, and pretty soon that thing is not even true anymore as it makes the rounds. It's like, whoa.
And in some of the cases, and this is totally legitimate, they cite Dan correctly. They'll go watch his videos. And his videos, a lot of what he reported is in there. I have original reporting with his children that Dan didn't have. I mean, we had different types of reporting from their children, I should say. So some people legitimately went and watched his videos, and that's fair. They quote him and cite him, and as long as the original source is cited, I think that's valid. But when you don't cite, and then other news outlets are citing that person who stole the story incorrectly, and the photos, I'm just like, how do you get those photos? Because here we are so careful to make sure those photos, we have permission if we use somebody else's photos, and it breaks your heart as a reporter whenever you have to quote somebody, another news outlet, because you just couldn't verify that fact independently.
Yeah.
That breaks my heart anytime I have to cite another news outlet. So I don't get it. It's a different form of journalism, and it's not the type we're doing here.
No, there's apparently looser standards overseas, especially at the UK Daily Mail, where anything might pass as news. But yeah, one more thing on that subject, because we can't crow enough about our own. And Jen Coker, we're talking with Cowboy State Daily, who wrote this story. This could be a major revelation. The FBI could be calling Jen at her house to ask her to help in the investigation, maybe, because she's really done some work here to dig this up. Tell me how difficult it was to write this, because there's a lot going on. Obviously, this is a two-part story because there's so much you've got to do. First, you got to go back and play it out for everybody again who has no idea who D.B. Cooper is. So you got to retell that story. Then you've got family members. You've got a parachute evidence. There's a lot going on in this story. It's hard to tell. When you sit down to write this, what were you thinking? Did you have a timeline? Did you have an outline? Like, I need to cover this first and then that? And was it this seems difficult to write?
It was difficult for me in that I really knew nothing about D.B. Cooper, and I kind of just happened accidentally upon the story, and it intrigued me. So there was a lot of learning curve on my part to get up to speed with the story itself. And also, this isn't my story. So it's the McCoy children's story. So I spent a lot of time talking to Shantae in particular, because I wanted to make it clear that, I wanted her to be comfortable with what was being told, because when you talk to the children, you realize how painful this whole thing is. You forget that D.B. Cooper is this folk hero. And or villain, depending on how you see him. And it's their father. And not only did they lose him, but they're now living with, this myth and villain of him. So I want to be, that was a hard line to toe, because you don't want to you want to be very respectful of family. And just a lot of legwork and trying to track everything down. But I don't use outlines, and I should. But it would save me time.
That's good.
Yeah, so I would say, as far as the FBI coming to me, definitely not. This is the facts they've got the evidence that they need, and they've got the people they'll talk to, the children. So I'm just very curious to see where this goes, because it could come back and the FBI says, nope, this parachute is nothing.
Yeah.
So Time will tell. And I'm happy for the children because I think this is the first time they've really gone public other than on Dan's YouTube channel. And I hope that this is helpful for them also.
Right. Dan's been the driving force to try to get this story out.
Absolutely.
And I love that you say it's not your story to tell, it's the kids who finally, it's the family who finally gets to tell this story through you, and you've been really careful with it. That's awesome. Good to hear. Yeah. It just continues to be a fascinating story. I can't read it enough. It's really neat.
Yeah, and it's exciting to be a part of. So I hope to see where it goes. That's the question.
Well, as I'm sure our managing editor, Greg Johnson, has pointed out, you're only as good as your last story. So get busy on the next thing. We can't wait to hear from you, Jen.
You can never take anything for granted.
Yeah.
So my next story, I kind of shelved everything during this for the last several weeks. One of the stories I've shelved is a kind of redo of the Rock Springs. Do you remember the Dan Rather 60-minute segment where he went to Rock Springs during the late 70s?
I don't remember, but I know of it, sort of.
Yeah. So he looks at it. This was a time when it was absolutely booming when they were building the power plant, and the construction workers from all over the country. And with that, of course, comes, the prostitution and the drugs. And it was rampant. And as Rather documented, it was just, you'd go down on K Street and you would see prostitutes literally, like nobody, it was just open.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm kind of revisiting that. And there's the crime story, too, of Michael Rosa. I'm getting my facts confused. I'll talk to you about that when I can gather my thoughts. But there's a whole murder of an undercover agent by another police officer, and Jerry Spence came in and saved the day and got the police officer out of trouble. So I'm revisiting all of that and looking at, they're on the crux of potentially another boom with some of the new energy projects going on there. And I'm diving into that. I've got some really good people on the ground helping me, some longtime Rock Springs residents who are helping me with that, lining me up with the right people. And as you know, getting lined up with the right people and finding sources is absolutely the hardest part.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So I'm working on that. And then, of course, I can't let my missing people obsession end. So I'm looking at a missing person case also from Rock Springs. And it's a woman who is from my hometown, actually, in Hamilton, Ohio, where I grew up. So I'm trying to track down people who might have known her there. And the story is she went out basically out at a night on the town, a young woman, and this is in 1981, and she never came home from the party. So, again, it's like, what happened? And there was a custody dispute that she was in the middle of. So I'm going to untangle that. And luckily, the Rock Springs police detectives have offered to talk to me about the story, which is super helpful.
All these unraveling of mysteries have become your sweet spot. I think, after this whole Cowboy State Daily thing, you're going to become like the most noted mystery book writer. And I'm going to see your books on the New York Times bestseller list. I mean...
I'll just have to write a book first.
Yeah, you know so well how to deconstruct the mystery. Now you just need to build one. Work it the other way. Call it fiction, and and just remember the little people when you get famous.
Will do.
All right, thanks, Jen.
You guys are coming with me if I make it big.
Yes, please. Thanks for being on.
Okay, Jake, thank you.
You bet.
Bye-bye.
Jen Coker, Cowboy State Daily, her story, breaking story on D.B. Cooper. Was D.B. Cooper actually Richard McCoy? Or they want him the same? Those two hijackings that occurred 5 months apart in 1971-72. Very interesting, where a hijacker demanded money and then threw himself from the airplane. It sure sounds like, when you read the story, that the similarities make you think it's got to be the same guy. Copycat guy. The second guy wouldn't have known how to do some of those things the same way. It's just very interesting. New evidence, actually physical evidence with this parachute. And, of course, family members coming forward with their opinions. So there's a lot there. Jen Coker's story, Cowboy State Daily 2-part story. Go back and read that. Fascinating stuff. It's time, top of the hour, to get with our Wendy Core with news for the day.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Tuesday, November 26th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A Colorado-based federal judge declined Monday to remove a transgender player from the upcoming Mountain West Conference Women's Volleyball Championship playoffs. U.S. District Court Judge S. Cato Cruz issued the 28-page order on Monday, in which he also did not reverse the 6 forfeit losses teams have taken by boycotting matches against that player this season. Cowboy State Daily's Clara McFarland has been covering this story.
So the lawsuit is still in play, but the judge did hand down a bad omen against the volleyball players. He denied their request for preliminary injunction. The judge says, I'm not going to stop the tournament. I'm not going to get Blair Fleming out of the league during this case. And so in making that order, he makes a finding saying, you ladies are not likely to succeed.
San Jose State University is seeded number 2 in the Mountain West Conference going into the upcoming tournament with a 12-6 conference record. A modern era of mass Indian removal is coming to an end. That's what those fighting to return Native American imagery to sports team branding are arguing. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that groups like the Native American Guardians Association believe Montana U.S. Senator Steve Daines hasn't gone far enough to restore the former Washington Redskins logo to the NFL franchise.
It's actually modeled after Blackfeet chiefs and was initiated by a Blackfeet tribal member who brought it to the Redskins back in the early 70s, Blackie Wetzel. Since May, Senator Steve Daines from Montana has been trying to get that story out in an effort to convince the Commanders to readopt what he considers and what many in Montana consider a culturally valuable symbol that was inspired authentically by Blackfeet tribal members and should be returned to the Commanders.
Daines also has suggested perhaps a new team name for Washington's football team, the Washington Warriors, which would honor the fact that Native Americans serve in the U.S. Armed Forces at a higher rate per capita than any other ethnic group. Douglas Harrington became the first Wyoming person to get prison time for participating in the January 6, 2021 riot at the U.S. Capitol. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that the 69-year-old Bedford resident was sentenced in the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia on Monday to 40 months in prison, 24 months of supervised release, and was ordered to pay $2,000 in restitution.
Harrington first received charges in 2023, and finally his case is coming to a close. We'll see, though, what happens with his case. Even though he was sentenced to prison, President-elect Donald Trump has vowed numerous times to pardon many, if not all, of the January 6 participants who have been facing criminal charges.
More than 1,561 people have been charged from nearly all 50 states for crimes related to the breach of the U.S. Capitol. During the January 6 riot, Harrington swung a flagpole with a metal ball attached to the end of it at police officers. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous and 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
Well, what started as a reluctant promise to his wife 15 years ago has become an annual holiday tradition that sets the mood for the holiday season in northern Wyoming and southern Montana. Herman Segura was back along Interstate 90 north of Sheridan on Crow Reservation land Saturday, decorating the single lonely tree that's defiantly grown in the median between interstate lanes. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson spoke to the Texas truck driver who's adopted the lone pine tree with help from some new friends.
His regular route goes from Dallas all the way up into Calgary and then back. And so he has, for the last 15 years, has taken it upon himself to decorate this tree. And over the years, some locals who have noticed it decorated have put cards on the tree to thank him for it and to offer to help. He loves it, and besides, his wife would probably torture him if he ever stopped.
The tree is on the Crow Reservation, and Segura said he's had full support from the local tribes. In fact, this year he found a card on the tree that read, "Merry Christmas from the Blackfeet Nation." And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Cowboy State Daily show continues, 10 past the hour. We're going to talk with Don Day, our weather forecaster, in just a little bit. I got a couple of oddball questions for him. I'm going to see if I can trip him up finally. I'll give you a hint, Don. We're going to outer space, practically. We'll see. Don Day is so nimble. There's almost nothing you can't ask our meteorologist that he doesn't have the answer for. I mean, he's crafty, slippery that way. We got a couple of oddball weather questions for him. Plus, we got actual weather. If you're on Interstate 80 right now, we'll take another check of that. But yeah, take it slow. Conditions on I-80, the corridor, we're seeing weather down there in the southern tier of the state. Certainly some rain and rain-snow mix, and that highway is freezing over. So take her slow on Interstate 80, oh, you truckers. This trucker is super interesting. Texas long-haul trucker who makes a run from Texas all the way up to Canada. It's a 3-day up and 3-day back. He runs this trucking route for Sherwin-Williams, delivering paint, I would imagine, and paint product. He's on his run, which is always the same unless he's forced to detour. He travels up Interstate 90, and as he heads out of Sheridan, north out of Sheridan, he gets into that area of northern Wyoming. It's just nothing up there. But I won't say nothing. There's a lot of ranchers up there who say, hey, wait, we're something. It's just it is not developed area. You're not passing a gas station, convenience store. You're not stopping at Starbucks. I mean, there is just road and a lot of open space. And that's when Herman Segura noticed this single lonely tree along the highway. It's actually right in the median. Our own Greg Johnson tells the story best. Here's Greg with talking to Wendy Core a little bit more about this story.
What started as a reluctant promise to his wife 15 years ago has become an annual holiday tradition that sets the mood for the holiday season in northern Wyoming and southern Montana. Herman Segura was back along I-90 north of Sheridan on the Crow Reservation Saturday, decorating the single lonely tree that's defiantly grown in the median between interstate lanes. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson spoke to the Texas truck driver who's adopted the lone pine tree with help from some new friends.
His regular route goes from Dallas all the way up into Calgary and then back. And so he has, for the last 15 years, has taken it upon himself to decorate this tree. And over the years, some locals who have noticed it decorated have put cards on the tree to thank him for it and to offer to help. He loves it. And besides, his wife would probably torture him if he ever stopped.
The tree is on the Crow Reservation, and Segura said he's had full support from the local tribes. In fact, this year he found a card on the tree that read, "Merry Christmas from the Blackfeet Nation."
Yeah, so cool. Love this story. Here's the tree, by the way. Here's Herman standing in front of the tree. I assume that's his truck. I bet that's not his truck in the background. Actually, if I had to guess, it might be. But Sherwin-Williams I mean, aren't they paint? And he's got like what looks like an oil tanker or something. Maybe we should have asked Greg Johnson about that. But that must be his truck, because look how perfectly it's framed, and it is pulled over to the side of the highway. And you can just picture him getting out and walking all the way over here. So, all right, that's his truck. Let's say. By the way, he's been making this same run for 25 years. It's only the last 15 that he's taken upon himself to decorate this tree. But that's the tree in the background, the loneliest tree in Montana, right over the border. That's what it looks like when her mom noticed it and then first called his wife and said, this poor little tree. And she didn't even see it. I don't know if he shared a video of it. And she said, go back there and dress that tree up. And he did. There's the tree getting decorated. They got to bring the scaffolding. That's a big deal. I mean, they do it up right. This is in the median, Interstate 90 between Sheridan, Wyoming, and Billings, Montana. There's the tree lit up at night using solar panels to power the tree. It stores the energy. There's a crew helping them out. Herman Segura, the long-haul truck driver that decorates this tree, with full cooperation from the Crow tribe, Crow reservation. There's Feliz Navidad. And Segura is of Hispanic background. And he said it's important when a Mexican man gives his word, even if it's a little thing, it's important. So it's his word to his wife that he would take care of this tree, is why he continues to do it now, all these 15 years later. He says, it sounds like a joke, but in the Mexican culture, even a little promise is solid. So, yeah, it's all his wife's urging. It's all his wife's doing is this decorated tree. Greg Johnson has that story, Cowboy State Daily, and a cool human interest story. Go learn more about that in the Cowboy State Daily. Don Day joining us in just a moment with a weather forecast. Here is Don Day's weather forecast for the day right here.
Another little piece of that storm that was on the West Coast is coming through the Rockies over the next 24 hours. While this is not a major storm and Wyoming is not going to take a direct hit, it still will have some impacts. As the day progresses, we'll see snow increase across the far western border areas of the state. So Star Valley, Afton, down to Cameron, Evanston, up to Jackson. Around Grand Teton and Yellowstone National Parks will be developing snow showers at the beginning of the day today. These snow showers will spread along the Interstate 80 corridor later today, tonight, into Wednesday morning. So travelers, holiday travelers, along I-80, adjacent roads and highways, and the mountain passes of the south and west, be ready for a little bit of winter driving. Temperatures behind this front are going to be a lot colder as well by tomorrow. And while the snow showers will be done by Thursday, Thanksgiving Day, Thursday into Friday are going to be brisk, rather chilly. Most of the state will see highs only in the 30s, lows down into the teens. Also, travelers today, tonight into Wednesday into Utah, eastern Idaho, and Colorado, you're going to be encountering more snow in those areas.
Weather map with you can see a very distinct line of radar, of satellite imagery, really distinct. Top half of Wyoming, sunny and living life with no problem. Bottom half of Wyoming, look out. I-80 corridor certainly seeing some troublesome travel right now, and it's just going to continue. Here's what the YDOT map looks like. Again, I-80, you're looking at slippery conditions, black ice advisories, and yeah, you're going to encounter some snow, some ice, and maybe all the above as you travel I-80. Don Day was dead on with that forecast. And he joins us now into the Zoom room. It's a day weather forecast. Don, you're exactly right. That bomb cyclone pushing another situation through, another pulse through. Most of it down south of us in Colorado for sure, and Utah. But yeah, just that strip, that I-80 corridor is seeing it. That's for sure. I got a couple oddball questions for you. You ready?
Always.
Okay. Beginning with, what would change in forecasting weather if these polar caps switch? And we've seen some North Pole drift of like 30 inches in the last 17 years or something. There's the theory that the North Pole and the South Pole could switch positions. How fast could they do that? I mean, there's evidence it's been done in the past. If the North Pole and the South Pole swap places, what's that going to do to your weather forecasting?
Well, are you talking about a magnetic pole flip? I guess is what you're talking about.
Yes, that's it.
Yes. Yeah. Well, that's a good question. I mean, so to make things, so if you're having a magnetic pole flip, that is likely going to do with how the atmosphere is affected by what's happening in space. Okay, because there's a lot going on in space that really does affect our weather and climate, whether it's through cosmic rays, ultraviolet radiation, all of those things. And the magnetic field of the Earth protects us from a lot of things. I mean, if we didn't have the magnetic field, we would be Mars. We would not be in a good place. So that probably would affect our weather. Now, how much would affect our weather and where and how much, I can't tell you that. But it would likely lead to some changes if there was a magnetic flip.
When you talk about a meteorologist that can forecast weather in outer space, I mean, there isn't one better than Don Day. This is the guy who lent his advice on several projects that included that area right when sky becomes space. What is that? It's so weird. Felix, who was that dude that jumped? I'm trying to find his name, that Red Bull jump. Felix Baumgartner.
Yeah.
His supersonic jump, practically from the edge of outer space, this guy threw himself and then plummeted like 4.5 minutes to Earth. He needed some advice on what kind of weather he would encounter, I guess. And guess who advised him? Don Day was chief meteorologist on that project. That's crazy. What do you know about outer space and weather?
Well, that's a good question because we're just learning, that we tend to be, and it makes sense, right? We tend to view everything we're earthbound, and we tend to think only about what happens on Earth, and especially when it comes to the weather. But one thing we're just beginning to learn and study is off-Earth things happen, especially with the sun, but other things could affect our weather and our climate. And honestly, the knowledge isn't really good. And we need to learn more. But, you wonder why, why is it still really hard to forecast 5 days? Why is it really so hard to forecast 10, 15, 20, 30 days? Well, it's because we don't understand all the variables that affect our weather. For those who think we understand the climate and the weather to the point to where we can make these really long-range predictions, which you hear all the time, like, oh, it's going to be this in 100 years, that in 150 years. In my opinion, that's ridiculous. It's arrogant. And we don't even really have a good grasp of what the sun does with our weather. We have some ideas, but we don't have a good grasp.
There may be some kind of space weather breakthrough. And if there is, this is the guy that's going to do it. Don Day, day weather forecast. Don Day, what we're talking about is the Red Bull stratospheric skydive of 2012. Alan Eustace in 2014. There's been a couple of guys who just wanted to set records for free falling, the longest free fall. And to do that, you've got to start from darn near outer space. You can't be in outer space or you're not going to fall. You got to go up there to where gravity is going to affect you. But yeah, Don Day's he's a specialist in balloons, we find out, and he's pretty good at forecasting where sky meets outer space. Wow. Let's just do some simple forecasting for you. I don't want to bore you and give you no challenge at all, but what's going on in Wyoming today?
Well, we're going to have some travel weather concerns, and we already have that. We've got snow falling in the western mountains and valleys right now, and a couple of inches of snow. I just talked to somebody in Green River, a couple inches of snow on the ground there. So we're going to see today, tonight, and into tomorrow morning, snow in the west and the south, mainly along the ID corridor. All of Wyoming's mountains are going to get some good snow out of this. We got winter storm warnings and winter weather advisories. If you've got to go over the mountain passes today, tonight, or tomorrow morning, be ready for snow. It's going to be snowy and icy along Interstate 80 and across the western valleys. The rest of the state, it's mainly just scattered snow showers and flurries. Most are going to be done by tomorrow. But if you've got to travel today, in it early tomorrow, either in Wyoming, Idaho, and especially, I tell you, Utah and Colorado and Interstate 80 all the way to California are going to have some wintry weather you're going to have to contend with. And then be ready for a chilly Thanksgiving. Temperatures are going to be pretty cold across the state on Turkey Day.
Yeah, this thing is just sweeping by right underneath us, just south of us, but we'll feel the effects for those of you on that bottom half of Wyoming. Yeah, all right, good news, except for, the cold Thanksgiving. If it gets too cold this winter, I'm going to want some atmospheric changes that make us more like Mars.
You don't want that.
not that hot.
No, you really. Well,
all right.
If you want to know what it's like in Mars, go to the stratosphere on Earth, because the weather in the stratosphere is about what it is on the surface of Mars.
Oh, I thought it was hotter on Mars.
Well, it can be during certain times of the day, but Mars is really a very, very, very cold place.
Oh, well, maybe I'm thinking of Mercury. We need it somewhere. We need it hot on some planet here.
Well, the moon, on the side of the moon that gets the sun, it can be 200 or 300 degrees.
I've seen that movie. Yeah. Okay, man. We'll forecast weather for Wyoming again tomorrow. How about that?
All right. We'll see you then.
All right, buddy. Don Day with a forecast. Seriously, Don Day is, a bit of an expert. He's been featured in documentaries, Mission to the Edge of Space, 14 Minutes to Earth. Don Day's also the lead weather advisor for skydiver Luke Aikens. Heaven Sent, No Parachute Jump. Fox Network had that in 2016. All these these world record skydives, Don Day has assisted on forecasting the weather. Not only what it's going to be like down here on Earth and on the ground, but the weather, what it's like for weather balloons flying above the Earth, and what it's going to be like way the heck up there where sky meets space. Really interesting stuff. And Don Day's continually challenging weather forecasting. It's just too simple doing the weather in Wyoming. You got to challenge yourself, right? What's the weather going in outer space? More stories from the Cowboy State Daily. Let's see, what's our guest list look like this morning? We have Jackie Dorothy, I hope, coming on here a little bit. Representative Harriet Hageman, Congresswoman Harriet Hageman, going to be joining us in the next hour, along with Cowboy Kevin, making horse sense of the world, and Renee Jean will join in later. So a lot of those stories we got to get to from those writers. Let's dig right into this Claire McFarland story. Hold on, I'm going to close the Zoom room here. Sorry. Claire McFarland has been following this story concerning the transgender volleyball player for San Jose State, Blair Fleming, who, by the way, well, I don't know if it matters. I guess it might matter. The only reason anyone even knows Blair Fleming is transgender, was a male, is now considered a female after alterations. The only reason this is even known is this website. About a year ago, this website received a tip from a parent of a player on another team. And, at that point, about a year ago, there was some folks watching San Jose State play, watching Blair Fleming play, and obviously some parents of college kids that were playing against her who watched her hit the ball and said, man, she hits it harder than anybody out there. And then rumors started flying, and the rumors became true when one parent was able to, I guess, track for reals to a website that released this information. And then I think Blair Fleming has since come out with the admission. But in the beginning, her own teammates didn't know. I don't believe the college knew. It's speculation whether, the coach or the school actually knew, the university. But certainly her teammates, was kept from her teammates. I mean, nobody on the team, her own teammates knew, and one of her own teammates has now joined this lawsuit. The lawsuit, by the way, was answered in part, and this is not the official response to the lawsuit, or at least the end of the lawsuit. That's still going to be looked at, but Claire McFarland explains that this is an early 28-page response to the lawsuit that Judge Cruz preliminary response to the lawsuit just to weigh in so we know whether Blair Fleming is allowed to continue to play on San Jose State and allowed to take part in the upcoming Mountain West Conference tournament. So here's Claire McFarland explaining it better than I can, maybe. But check out the story in the Cowboy State Daily. Here's Claire talking to Wendy Core.
A Colorado-based federal judge declined Monday to remove a transgender player from the upcoming Mountain West Conference Women's Volleyball Championship playoffs. U.S. District Court Judge S. Cato Cruz issued the 28-page order Monday, in which he also did not reverse the 6 forfeit losses teams have taken by boycotting matches against that player this season. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland has been covering this story.
So the lawsuit is still in play, but the judge did hand down a bad omen against the volleyball players. He denied their request for preliminary injunction. The judge says, I'm not going to stop the tournament. I'm not going to get Blair Fleming out of the league during this case. And so in making that order, he makes a finding saying, you ladies are not likely to succeed.
San Jose State University is seeded number 2 in the Mountain West Conference going into the upcoming tournament with a 12-6 conference record.
Yeah, the Colorado-based federal judge also added in the 28-page ruling that the people bringing the lawsuit, which includes members of the Mountain West Conference volleyball teams, different team members, including San Jose State co-captain Brooks Slusser, also involved in the lawsuit. People bringing the lawsuit, the judge said, failed to show irreparable harm. And there was also the issue of timing, which is the big thing Judge Cruz addressed. Cruz hardly even addressed the alleged fairness or safety issues of competing against a male-born player. Basically, Cruz said, I don't like the timing of this. Filed less than 2 weeks before the Mountain West tournament slated to begin in Las Vegas. The judge said, quote, the tournament is set to begin in mere days. It has been scheduled to occur for 10 months. So why now, unquote, why now is the lawsuit being filed? So the tournament's going to go forward. The Mountain West Conference position has always been to follow NCAA guidelines, which allows transgender student athletes to participate in sports. The Mountain West Conference does as well. And if you forfeit games against San Jose State, that's a loss. So do teams that forfeited during the regular season, will they now play? Knowing this, will they now play against San Jose State? Will they continue to make a statement? That'd be interesting to see. This story not done yet until the season's done, and then maybe not even at that point. Claire McFarland, the latest in the saga that has been college volleyball in the Mountain West. Man, it is contentious, to say the least. Jackie Dorothy will be popping on here in a bit. She's got a couple of really cool stories that I want to tee up for you in just a moment. But until then, let me take a quick break and get ready for that. You're enjoying the Cowboys State Daily Show. Getting back to it this morning, 7:36 on this Tuesday, and making our way towards Turkey Day, Thursday. What do you do for Thanksgiving? I'm gonna enjoy some turkey, get into my food coma, watch some boring football, do all the traditional Thanksgiving stuff, and then Friday we're all gonna go out and shop, right? Black Friday. This Australian woman who's taken it upon herself to hike the world, the length of the earth. Which way? I think she's going top to bottom, north to south, as it's known. And that's, by the way, 18,000 miles from the tip of South America to the top of North America. She would be the first woman to walk the length of the earth. She was inspired to do so after reading about the first person to ever do it. That was some dude who had nothing better to do. Who was that? Let's see. I know I had it once. Jackie's going to have to explain that, who it was. Jackie will know. The woman's name, by the way, is Lucy Barnard, and she's in the Wyoming news because her latest segment of travel takes her through the Red Desert, over the Continental Divide and through the Red Desert. Her goal is to walk to Yellowstone Park by December. And after that, she's got to go back to Australia and get her passport renewed. So this whole walk in the earth thing requires that you have visas and, you have to limit your stay here. Lucy Barnard, her goal to walk from top to bottom, walk the earth, includes now a stint through Wyoming, over the Continental Divide, and heading towards Yellowstone. I hope she realizes this is not the season to be walking around in Wyoming. Not hardly. She better have some snowshoes. I think she does. Jackie will explain. Jackie also has this really heartwarming story. Cheyenne teens fight for life against brain cancer inspires a symphony. Adelaide Baumberger's battle for life against a rare form of brain cancer has inspired a symphony by an LA composer and a University of Wyoming band director. This 18-year-old from Cheyenne got to hear her story performed for the first time. How cool is that? The song Beyond Your Years was played for the first time by the UW Symphonic Band on November 10th. And Baumberger got to hear that. That was pretty neat. Not most of us have a symphony written for us, that's for sure. Let's open the Zoom room, get Jackie in here in just a bit. She can talk about those two stories. I think she had one other one as well, but I have to remind myself what that was or what that is. But I'm interested in this hiker woman. Here's Jackie talking about it with our own Wendy Core, this woman who is attempting to hike the earth. That's not easy, huh?
More than 7 years ago, Australian Lucy Barnard was in Argentina recovering from a knee injury and reading about George Megan, the first man to walk the length of the earth. She thought she could do it too, so she did, beginning in 2017. She told Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy that the journey will ultimately cover more than 18,640 miles from the bottom of South America to the top of North America. And if she finishes, Barnard will be the first woman to complete this trek.
So she is walking from the tip of Argentina, and her goal is to the top of Alaska. And she hasn't walked this continuous, but her trek has been continuous. So every time she stops and goes back home to Australia, she marks where she stops. She starts her path right where she left off. And she has a beacon that keeps track of where she is at all time. Now, this beacon is not just for us to be able to track her, which you can in live time. It's also a safety feature because she is just walking by herself and her dog most of the time.
Barnard will leave the trail next month to return home to Brisbane, Australia, and renew her visa. When she resumes the trek, Barnard will turn on her beacon and then continue north.
Yeah, so if I'm to understand correctly, she's already covered what I would assume would be the area where she'd be most likely to be abducted. I don't want to wish that on anyone, but I'm glad she's safe. I mean, a woman and a dog, that's not safe through South America. But I think, where's that map? There's her and her dog. Wombat. Is she going south to north? I think. There she is on a lonely stretch. I wonder who took that photo. Maybe she's got a drone with her. That's an aerial photo of Lucy Barnard walking through Wyoming from the tip of South America to the top of North. Yeah, so she's going south to north. And if she's in Wyoming, she's already traversed through all of South America. There's the map. That's what I'm looking for. And again, to reiterate, she isn't walking this, she hasn't walked this continuously. She's walked some of what she could and then returns home and comes back and picks up where she left off. That in itself has to be one of the hardest things to knock off in, in the middle of Chile or something, and then fly back to the exact spot you were at. Boy, that seems to me to be the hardest part of the deal. Let's get Jackie into the Zoom room. She can talk more about this story. Yeah, because I have some questions for Jackie Dorothy about this story. Into the Zoom room. Jackie, I'm trying to figure out this Barnard, this Australian woman who's walking the earth, bottom to top.
I know. Yep, bottom from top, the length of the earth, she said.
So she's already...
she started at the tip of Argentina, and then she's going to the top of Alaska.
Okay, she's already made it all the way through South America, and she's made it through a lot of North America in the U.S., and now we pick her up where she's in Wyoming at the worst time of year. She's going to get through the Red Desert and get to Yellowstone in November, December. Whoa, does she know what she's in for? It's winter. Well, almost.
She does. Yep. She went to Knowles and actually met up with them from our National Outdoor Leadership School, and they gave her some tips of how to do winter camping and what to expect with our weather.
Man, oh man.
Yeah. No, and she's got a tracker and a beacon and a following of people. She feels like she has custodians going from place to place. So she's been finding help as she walks along the way. And it's a goal that she set in 3 seconds, and she's doing it.
Yeah, I saw that part. Now she's recovering from a knee injury in Argentina, which, I mean, talk about a recovery. She's rehabbing a recovery. This is 7 years ago. Rehabbing,
Yep.
you know, most of us will just do, you know, go out and walk for 20 minutes a day. She's walking the earth. That's her idea to recover from a knee injury. A little overboard, Miss Barnard, but okay. She said, yeah, she heard about George Megan, read about George Megan, who was the first man to walk the length of the earth. And somehow she thought I'd be the first woman. And she said, you have 3 seconds to make a decision. And why the 3 seconds? In other words, this was just you know, you do it, you decide to do it or not. And it's a split-second decision.
I can relate to her. I can be impulsive myself. But, you know, it's like, I think you look at what she's doing and you got to admire it. I mean, she set out to do a goal. She's like, no woman has ever done this. No one really has done it for a long time. And so she comes from an adventurous lifestyle already. She was outdoors, and because I asked her, it's like, what did you have to do to get in fit? She goes, well, I kind of was already in fit. I was ready for this. And I just love listening to her story, and especially about the people that she's met along the way. And she said when she got to America, it was like she breathed this big, it was like so much easier because there was actually routes she could follow and roads. And I think it was a lot safer. It sounded a bit dangerous when she was in certain areas in South America, especially on the Panama.
Yeah.
And zones in Mexico, but she was determined to continue that continuous line. So it was really, and we got to thank Bill Sniffen for finding this story for us. He's like, this lady walked out of the Red Desert, Jackie. You got to go talk to her. So I gave her a call, and that's what had just happened, is that she had literally just walked out of the from a Bear Oil, came down from encampment. She walked Battle Pass, the Continental Divide. I mean, she's seen some beautiful countryside.
Man, usually when you find people walking in those areas of Wyoming, their truck broke down and you want to give them a ride, but that's some tough hiking. She's got a travel companion, a dingo named Wombat, a blue heeler who sometimes breaks trail for her in the snow, but when he gets tired, he'd rather have Barnard walk in front and he'll follow.
Hold him.
Or carry him. Yeah. That's cool to have an animal companion with you. It'd be awful lonely without a dog, huh?
I did get an email from someone that was asking what happened to Wombat when she goes back to Australia. And it looks like she finds foster homes, because if you go to her YouTube channel, and it is really fascinating to watch, you can just Google Lucy Barnard, and you'll find the story of her reuniting with Wombat after 2 years, because she couldn't walk for 2 years during COVID. And that's why it's taken so long.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Yeah. Oh, can you imagine the dog she has to leave behind every time she goes back? Now, she has to go back to what? I mean, she goes back to work the day job, or she goes back because her visa runs out, or...
Visa.
Okay.
It looks like she's going back to renew her visa, and then as soon as she gets it going, she's going right back on the trail during the winter. Now, I've spent time in Alaska, and so the idea of walking through Alaska in the winter isn't something that, I mean, I've done it, I've hiked up, but like you said, an hour here, 2 hours there, not from morning till night and then camping out. And I mean, these are the adventure people, the thrill seekers, and those that are looking to set goals, and she's doing it. So it is an inspiration. You can follow her on Instagram. That's where she mostly posts, she said, for Tingles and Tales. you'll see the link in the story. But YouTube, I would definitely go on there and check out the videos. It's fascinating to watch.
And you can keep track of her, root for her along the way. And I imagine a lot of the people she runs into, it must be cool to not have to explain what you're doing out in the middle of nowhere hiking when people say, oh, wow, you're Lucy Barnard. I've been following you. You're here. Let me buy you a cup of coffee or something.
Actually, it sounds like the opposite happens where they'll show up and they're like, well, what is this young lady doing in the middle of nowhere? She shared a story about this family from Rollins. They were up hunting and it's cold out, it snowed, and they invited her into her camper to spend the night and then brought her home with them. When she came through Rollins, they invited her to stop by.
It reminds me of that movie on steroids of what was that movie where the woman is walking. Wait, I'll tell you. Oh, Wild.
I've never watched that, but I have heard of it.
Yeah, Reese Witherspoon. She's the star of it, right? Yeah, Reese Witherspoon. Wild, 2014 film. I saw that. Reminds me of Wild, only times a million. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Well,
it really is. It kind of captures your imagination. And I've had emails that I need to forward to her of people that are saying, hey, if you're coming my way, stop by.
Well,
And
I mean,
she's really sweet.
I think the hardest part for her is done, like she said, the challenging issues of, the foreign countries in South America, some of them not necessarily safe, some of them not necessarily mapped well or even roaded well. I always see I see memes and videos of people who propose to drive continuously through both North and South America. And even that's difficult, just finding a continuous road, but she's walking this thing, man. Wow.
Yeah, she is. And it looks like she's going to accomplish it pretty soon.
Pretty well. When does she think she'll be done? Where does it wrap up?
It wraps up at the top of Alaska. She said that she's actually looking at getting a group of women together to walk that last lake.
Last mile.
Exactly. But I know right now where she is. And I will have to say, for the safety feature, what she does is that the map isn't exactly live because she says there's bad actors out there. There are people that she knows, other influencers that have had to deal with, where they think that you're public property. And you're not. You're still an individual. You still have your rights to walk without being harassed. And so the map is not quite live because she doesn't want the wrong people to know where she's at. But her trackers know. So there are people that know where she is at all times.
Right. So she has the technology to be able to beam where she is. She purposely delays or does something to it for, her socials, but somebody can know every minute, like where to find. Okay. That's good to know.
She checks in the morning and in the evening. They have a route. The trackers also helped get her through some difficult areas, and they look ahead and say, there's an epidemic going through, or, any of if it's too dangerous or you need to go this route. In fact, I think she even altered her route slightly because of the weather, and that's why through Wyoming. She got a bit of a later start than she anticipated.
Well, she would have been long done and enjoying life in Australia if not for stupid COVID. But yeah, that is pretty neat. What a cool story. I'm rooting for Wombat. I'm always, I'm gonna do the animal aspect. I want Wombat that'll be my thing. Wombat, that'll be the headline story. I mean, Lucy, good job, but Wombat walked the entire earth. What a dog.
Well, not quite, because she didn't pick him up till Chile.
Oh, all right.
So he doesn't get quite the record, but he definitely should get something for being the dog that made it the farthest.
He'll have an asterisk next to his name. Yeah, you didn't do the whole thing. This story about the Cheyenne teen, Adelaide Baumgartner, So cool to have a symphony written. She's facing just a rare form of brain cancer. Is this inoperable? Is this terminal? What is this going to mean for the 18-year-old from Cheyenne?
Well, prayers sent that it is not terminal, that her last chemo treatment was just a couple weeks ago, I believe. And what happened is that she ended up at 15 getting cancer. It was a rare sarcoma cancer in the brain. And the first time it wasn't operable, so they had to go in with radiation and chemo. The second time it showed up, because that's what darn cancer does, is that they were able to operate and remove it. And then she went through cancer and radiation, or chemo and radiation treatment. And so all during, this girl is phenomenal. She is amazing. She's just got the biggest smile when you talk to her. She just makes your heart happy. And she said that this is actually the symphony, the music that they wrote in the story. What she did is she wrote a story, illustrated it, and because of the brain cancer, she also lost her ability to see color. Her mom said her drawing ability went back to kindergarten, but she was still determined she was going to draw this book, illustrate it, and then she gives it to this company named Sing Me a Song. It's a nonprofit. This is the first time they've come to Wyoming, and they came here specifically looking for a child to help. And they took that story and created a song based on it. And because of her story, they decided that her song was was a symphony, and it was beautiful. UW chipped in and they sponsored it, and this LA composer came forward and she produced it. And it's just, you can go online and listen to it, and I would recommend it.
Ooh.
It's just really all about the emotions she went through as she went through her cancer battle.
I'm really interested in hearing this now. And did you obviously did you interview this young lady?
I got to speak to Adelaide and her mom. It was wonderful. I got to talk to all of the players in this one. I got to talk to Autumn, who is, she is the director of communication for Sing Me a Song. And she's the one that reached out to Cowboy State Daily and said, hey, here's a story that you guys might want to cover. And we definitely did. Talk to Matthew, who is the band director, and he's the one that orchestrated the whole thing and got his students involved. And he went and got a friend of his who's now living in LA. And Maddie, I got to speak to her and about how do you take someone's story and make it into a song? And it was just fascinating learning the process. But the best part definitely was talking to Adelaide herself and just hearing her joy and just unfettered. And she's like, this is so cool. But what she was looking at is how cool that people are hearing this story and they're being touched by it. That was what really meant the most to her.
That's got to be cool for an 18-year-old to experience that. Did you? I'm interested whether you happen to record your conversation with Adelaide, because I want to hear, I can almost hear it in your writing, Jackie, her excitement, her enthusiasm with these quotes that you have. She said, oh my gosh, it is so awesome. I'm just sitting there thinking, dang, they wrote a song about me. I'm like an actual legend now, she said to you. That's so cool.
I did record it and I kept it. So if you'd like to listen in, I'll send that to you, Jake.
Awesome. All right. Harriet Hagman. Oh, Harriet, she is here. She's a little early,
okay. But I will get going then.
We better get to her.
Yes.
Yeah, I appreciate these two stories, Jackie Dorothy, the woman walking the earth, and Adelaide, who has a symphony written for her. How many people can say that? Not many.
I know. You definitely have to go take a listen.
All right.
You take care.
Thanks, Jackie.
Tell Harriet hi.
I will. Thanks for being on. Jackie Dorothy. We'll get to Harriet Hagman in a moment. Harriet, I hope she rejoins our... I had to kick her out of the Zoom room, but I found out earlier when we talked to Jen Coker, it just means you got to rejoin. Hopefully she can get the drift. Harriet Hagman will be on with us. We're going to talk about several things this morning with Representative Hagman. 7:50. Yeah, we're right at the top of the hour. I'm inclined to play Wendy Core's news, but I don't want to keep Harriet waiting. So let's see. We'll see if she rejoins the Zoom here. Let me take a quick break. We'll come right back with Harriet. Sorry, Representative Hageman, we were just on a commercial break, but we're back now live. Let me get you into the Zoom room. There you are.
Can you hear me?
I hear you fine. What's going on?
Well, hopefully we're going to get some moisture. I don't know if that's what you meant, but I'm looking out the window hoping we might have some snow.
Yeah, that's Don Day's purview. Day weather forecast says half the state, the bottom half, not that there's a top and bottom, but the southern tier, yeah, definitely getting a pulse. We have the bomb cyclone to thank for that off the Pacific coast. It's all kinds of complicated weather stuff. We need to concentrate on something a little easier, like politics. What is that behind you? That's a beautiful painting, by the way.
Just a painting in my dining room.
I love it. That's fantastic. So, let's start out. We had Senator Barrasso on last week, so the first thing we wanted to talk about was, the implications for Wyoming and for Americans to enjoy Trump 2, President-elect Trump. Significant win on Election Tuesday, and Americans have spoken, and especially about a couple of things I know near and dear to your heart. A secure border, that was a resounding mandate sent by voters. What else? Let's start there with a secure border. And, I hear it's going to be incredibly costly. I don't know how fast we can act on it, but on January 20th, if not January 3rd, I think, for you folks, getting right to it.
So they say it's going to be incredibly costly, but the number that I heard this morning is that we have spent over $166 billion with a B dealing with illegal immigrants in the last 3.5 years. So what is going to be more costly, allowing 20 million illegal immigrants to stay in the country, including the criminal element that we're dealing with? Or is it going to be to try to address that and remove some of those people, especially starting with those that, number one, already have removal orders, and number two, that again have been convicted of crimes and different things like that? So I've been to the border now 4 times. And it is stunning to see the catastrophe that has been created. That $166 billion doesn't necessarily include the impact on our hospitals, the impact on our schools, the impact on our infrastructure. It's impacting housing availability. So I always find it so interesting that when someone wants to say, oh, we can't do anything, it's going to cost too much money, we never hear about what it's already costing us. Again, $166 billion just in attempting to house, provide food and services to illegal aliens by these cities and states and the federal government over the last 3.5 years. So I think that what we need to do is look at those that we can remove immediately and why. The other thing that I think there's a lot of misinformation about is the number of people who have come into the country. The official number, now this comes from Custom and Border Control. This is not the accurate number, but this is the official number. And I received this directly from the border czar in Texas, and this was about a month ago. The official number coming out of the federal government is over 12 million illegals have crossed that border in the last 3.5 years. Now, we know that it's higher than that, but that is the official number that the Biden administration has issued.
I while we're on the topic, and I don't want to jump you with something that maybe was not on our agenda, but it's in the news cycle today. The Teton County Sheriff, Matt Carr, in allegations that maybe he's not cooperating with ICE. Sheriff Carr would say, he hasn't heard a lot from ICE over the last 4 years. Obviously, the Biden administration has not been terribly aggressive at holding or deportation. But in this case, Sheriff Carr said without a judge signing something, he's got to worry about lawsuits, ACLU. He's got to worry about constitutional rights when he's holding what might be an ICE detainee. What's going on there?
Well, we're going to have additional information related to this, but the thing to keep in mind, and I've read that article now 3 times, trying to understand exactly what he's saying. And what I read is a lot of deflection. But the basic question is, are they releasing criminal illegal aliens into the community? And the answer is yes. I think that that's clear from what is stated in that article. So that, I think, is what has got everybody up in arms, is what is going on where we have people who are illegal aliens, who are drunk driving, sexual crimes, different things. Why is it that it's Teton County that is having this issue? And so I think that I'd rather not comment on this until I can provide you with additional information. But I think it's very clear what's happening when you read that article. And I think people in Teton County and the surrounding areas should be terribly concerned that we are releasing illegal aliens into the community that have criminal records or that have been arrested for things that would actually qualify to have them at least go through the process for deportation.
We'll let that rest there. We'll pivot to a similar parallel subject and follow my train of thought here. It's another thing that we perceive we have too much of, and that's grizzly bears. When is Wyoming going to be able to handle their own grizzly bear and delisting and federal protection? Is that something you're fighting hard for?
Jake, that's exactly right. In fact, I have been able to get that bill out of committee to delist the grizzly bears federally. And we're going to continue to push forward with that. I think it's very important to be able to do. And so I have a couple of ways that we're approaching that. Now, one of the things that I was very frustrated with is over the last 2 years that I've been in Congress, I've had the opportunity to question Fish and Wildlife Service folks in my Natural Resource Committee in working in this area, water, wildlife, and fisheries. And I have repeatedly asked them about the grizzly bear and when they're going to delist. And they've been less than honest to me. And in fact, in July, when I was questioning the guy from the Fish and Wildlife Service, he said, well, you're going to be very happy. We're going to be issuing a decision by the end of this month. The next thing I know, the decision that they issued at the end of the month was they're kicking the can down the road to January. But I asked him a very specific question. I said, under the criteria of the Endangered Species Act, if we had the number of grizzlies in 1975 when they were listed that we have today, would they ever have been listed in the first place? And he said, no, they never would have been listed in the first place. In other words, we have far exceeded the recovery goals for the grizzly bear. The recovery goals is around 500 bears. We have over 1,100 bears. They have spread out in areas where even the Fish and Wildlife Service doesn't want them. They have admitted that Yellowstone National Park is saturated. They're moving down into the Rock Springs area where they're finding grizzly bears. They are expanding their area because they have to, because they're being shoved out by other grizzly bears, and it's creating problems for everyone. So I will continue to push forward with that. And I also met with Mike Johnson recently, the speaker, and I talked to him about some of my priorities, and this is definitely a priority.
Yeah, and we're all aware of this in Wyoming, but it's getting the Wyoming message to Washington is why we need folks like you. That's fantastic. We're talking with Representative Harriet Hageman, who follows a long line of women representing Wyoming. Let's talk about Barbara Cuban. You're part of the congressional delegation that signed on to have a National Historic Trails Interpretive Center in Casper named for the former Congresswoman. Barbara Cuban's legend, and she meant a lot to you.
But she has. She was in the legislature with my father. And so knew my father and knows my mother well. My mother, by the way, just turned 101 years old last week. and remembers everybody, remembers everything, is very, very with it, if you will, in terms of and I talked to her about Barbara Cuban, talked to her about other people that Dad served with while he was in the legislature. And so, yes, this is to honor her for her service to the state of Wyoming, both in representing Natrona County, and then being in Congress as well, preceding Cynthia Lummis. And then we had obviously Liz Cheney for a short period of time, and myself. So we've now had 4 women in a row representing the state of Wyoming. We really are the equality state.
And we're talking to a 4th, 5th generation. Your family goes back Wyoming to when we weren't even a state yet. And by the way, tough loss for Lingle. So close in the state championship. But
I heard.
Yeah. So first, I'm glad I had a chance to meet you at a Teton County fundraiser years back when you were on the campaign trail. It was just a handshake. I didn't get a chance to talk really. Now I get a chance, Representative Hageman, to tell you what I really think of you. I have told everybody this anytime I'm asked about you. You campaigned harder than anyone I've seen since maybe Gary Trauner, who really hit the pavement, shook hands for in his governor run, his gubernatorial run. You were everywhere. You got out there, and you continue to be that way even in office, where you're border to border in this state. You go everywhere. You beat the people.
Well, in a constitutional republic, in a representative form of government, I believe it's the only way that you can truly represent the people. And so when I run for office, I want to make sure that people understand and know who I am. As you indicated, my family came here in 1878. I'm 4th generation. My nieces and nephews are 5th, and my greats are 6th generation in Wyoming. The only reason I say that is because I have such an incredible love and regard for my state. I love Wyoming. I love our history. I love our people. I love our beauty. I love our climate. I love the wind. When I'm back in Washington, D.C., I actually really miss the wind. And but when I go out, I think that it is imperative that people have access to someone like me if I'm going to be their voice in Washington, D.C. And to be honest, I think it's made me a better representative. I understand what is going on over in Rock Springs with the Rock Springs RMP. First of all, I've spent a ton of time over there. I understand, again, what the hydrology is like, what the weather is like, what the industry is, what the people are doing. And what an incredible job they do in mining and grazing and oil and gas development and all the things that people in Washington, D.C. want to shut down. I spend a lot of time in Gillette. Gillette is critically important not only to Wyoming, but to the future of this country. Energy security is national security. And I've had the opportunity to visit with Elise Stefanik, the new ambassador to the United Nations. And it's something that I have impressed upon her over and over again, that energy has got to be at the forefront of any discussion with the UN and making sure that the United States is energy independent. We were under President Trump in his first term in office, and we need to again, not just because I'm from Wyoming, but because I'm from the United States of America. And what we've seen over the last 4 years is that when you weaken the United States, and you do that through bad energy policy, but when the United States is weak, it makes for a very, very dangerous world. We see that in the Middle East. We see that in Ukraine with Russia. We see the different saber rattling. We see the mass migration, not only into the United States, what we've seen, the 12 million plus people who've crossed illegally over the last 3 years, but you look at the mass migration from Africa into Southern Europe and how destabilizing that has become for the European Union, the impact on Italy, the impact on Spain, the impact on those countries. So having the United States as energy independent, which we're critically important for, is so important for our country and really for world stability and certainty.
Yeah, your message is in lockstep with Senator Brasso. He said the same thing. And I'm glad you prefaced it. You know, people will say, well, of course, a representative from Wyoming is going to be pro-energy, but it's bigger than that. It's we're at the hands of our enemies basically on a global front if we're not producing domestic energy, and it's here. So, it'll help Wyoming.
Iran has made between 110 and 120 billion dollars in the last 3.5 years since Biden lifted sanctions against their oil production and exports. $110 billion, a lot of which has gone to supporting Hamas and Hezbollah and destabilizing the Middle East. They were the ones behind the October 7th attack on Israel. We are the ones that have empowered Iran. That leadership was on its knees at the end of the Trump administration. And now look what has happened in 3.5 years because of the war on domestic energy production. We need energy. We're importing energy. That's what we do, but this administration has gone to war on domestic energy production, and that's what we need to change.
If anyone from Iran is listening in, that's Representative Hageman, who you don't put a fatwa out on me. Let's change gears. You mentioned that you touched on this. You said you love all of Wyoming, and I was going to say even Rock Springs area. And you mentioned the Rock Springs management plan. It's kind of been tied with the Kelly parcel. It's been kind of held hostage in different political polls, but I think, whether we're talking about a record of decision that would be a score for the Biden administration and the timing of this, I think you just don't like the plan, right? You telling the BLM to run this thing back, you don't like it.
I don't like the plan because it still imposes substantial restrictions upon our ability to have rights of way, to graze, and to have oil and gas development and mining. They've done a lot of wordsmithing between August of 2023 and August of 2024, attempting to make it not look so bad. But one of the things you have to keep in mind is you always have to go back to FLTMA. You always have to go back to the Federal Land Policy Management Act. And in that act, it's very clear what the activities are allowed on BLM land, and not necessarily the hierarchy, but what is the multiple use, that when you're doing a resource management plan, what is the array of things that can take place, such as, again, grazing, oil and gas, recreation, open space, those types of things. Under Tracy Stone Manning, by the way, who's just a radical nutcase environmentalist, they're trying to elevate conservation, but they won't define it. But they're trying to elevate this concept of conservation over and above everything that Congress wrote into FLTMA. So the plan itself is illegal because it is allowing her to come up with an entire different category of land use or land non-use. That isn't what Congress said. That's not what we wrote in FLTMA. So you have to go back to that. But the other thing, and part of the reason that I love the Rock Springs area, I love to go to Rock Springs or Green River and drive south to the Flaming Gorge and then back up the other side. Mm-hmm. If there's any place in the state of Wyoming where you can see how really big Wyoming is, it is to take that absolutely incredibly beautiful drive. And it's something that I have done countless times. I don't even know how many times I've done it, just because I think it is so beautiful. And I love that area out there. But we cannot capitulate to the Biden administration in the next 60 days on anything. We have to wait until the Trump administration is in place so that we can make sure that we are able to continue to develop and use and access these resources. And the Biden administration is not our friend. That new RMP has serious problems, and I'm terribly concerned that if Mark Gordon goes ahead and says, okay, well, this meets the requirements of what was said in the budget footnote, we're going to go ahead and sell that Kelly parcel. First of all, they're selling it for pennies on the dollar, literally pennies on the dollar. It is probably the most valuable parcel of property in the Western United States. And they are not selling that parcel for what it's worth. They're selling it for what they believe the Park Service is willing to pay. That isn't the way we ought to do this. And as the congressional representative for Wyoming, I have been focusing on and trying to find a way to do a land swap. Okay, so the Kelly parcel should remain undeveloped, maybe. Maybe that is what it should be. But then we need federal land in another area. And in fact, I have submitted a bill called the No Net Gain Bill. We have to stop the federal government from expanding its footprint. It already owns 640 million acres, including 48% of the surface of the state of Wyoming. We shouldn't just be randomly handing them additional acreage without getting something in return that is equal value. And people will say, but one's the Park Service and one's the BLM. They're both within the Department of Interior, and Congress is the one who has the legal authority and statutory authority to do land swaps. So I'm really hoping that we can actually get some common sense into this discussion about what we should do with the Kelly parcel and what the federal government needs to give up to get it.
Yeah, Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder also along those lines, thinking along those lines of the land swap. I don't know if we can reverse what's already going on, but on that subject of federal land in the state of Wyoming and federal government in general becoming too big, too bloated. Trump, too, has promised some firing, some trimming of the fat. It reminds me of, is this kind of what we're talking about? I've seen you weigh in on these electronic ID tags, the USDA believing they have authority to mandate Wyoming ranchers put these is government getting too big in Washington?
Well, it's been getting too big for a long, long time. But I would say where you really saw the explosion of the administrative state was it started under FDR, obviously. The #1 Federal Register was published while he was president. The APA the Administrative Procedure Act was adopted in 1946. But in 1994, when the Republicans took over the House for the first time in decades, Bill Clinton realized he could not get his agenda through legislatively. So he turned to the administrative state. And it's really been in the last 35 to 40 years that you've seen the incredible expansion from these agencies. The roadless rule, for example, the largest rulemaking in U.S. history, came about under the Clinton administration. And so, the USDA thinks that they have the authority to tell our cattle producers that they cannot access the market if they do not use EID, electronic identification ear tags. Now, here's my thing. If someone wants to voluntarily use that, I'm all for it. I have absolutely no problem with people making their own decision. But here's the problem with what the USDA is trying to do. First of all, this is incrementalism at its worst. It only applies to 11% of the cattle and bison population at this point. Yet the USDA claims that it has to apply, that you have to have 70% compliance, a minimum of 70% compliance, or it cannot be considered a traceability rule. So when they claim that this is about disease traceability, they're lying. That is absolutely not the case. But it is their foot in the door. So now we do it with 11%, and then we're going to come up with another category. And APHIS has already said they want it from cradle to grave on every calf all the way through to when they're slaughtered. So you've got the agency is clearly playing games about what they're trying to do. The other things is they've substantially underestimated the cost. They believe it'll cost $26 million. Well, keep in mind that only applies to 11% of the industry right now. So according to their own numbers, it's a minimum of a $250 million tax on our cattle and bison industry. In addition to which, the state of Wyoming has already run out of ear tags. They ran out of ear tags in August. The rule went into effect in November. So you already have people who are potentially going to be denied access to the market because we can't get the ear tags. Well, anytime that the government steps into the market and starts mandating something, number one, the costs skyrocket. And number two, you start having shortages, which is exactly what's happening here. So again, I am trying a variety of ways. That's one of my priorities with Mike Johnson. And keep in mind, recently the Livestock Board has adopted 2 resolutions to enter into MOUs with other states to allow us to continue to sell our cattle across state lines without having to meet this EID requirement. So we're trying a variety of ways to protect our cattle and bison industry. Who wants to be the guy who has to put those EID tags in the heads of a bunch of bison. I mean, the people in Washington, D.C. don't even know what they're doing. They have no practical knowledge about the real impact of this.
I'm glad you're thinking things through. Representative Hageman, one more thing. Committee placements. You're on the Conference Committee on Policy. What is that? What do you do?
So I am the sophomore representative on the policy committee, and the policy committee is made up of folks that were literally supposed to go into a room and sit down and develop policy for how we're going to move forward as a conference. And there are several things that I want to look at. I want to look at ways of making us more effective at actually legislating. We all know we got a huge win this year with Chevron, with the Supreme Court overturning Chevron deference. Well, the reason Chevron deference came about was because Congress writes vague and ambiguous bills sometimes, not always. And then the agencies come in and try to fill in the holes. I mean, I've actually seen statutes that say, and the Secretary of Interior has the authority to adopt whatever regulations are necessary to carry out the intent of this act. Well, how about if you just state in the act what is the intent of the act? So I think that we need to, especially with no longer having to deal with Chevron deference, I think we as a body, both here in Wyoming as well as nationally, we need to become more proficient and more effective at actually writing legislation. I'd also like to see something where we adopt policies related to sunsets. I think certain bills need to be sunsetted. FISA, Section 702 is an example of that. And that's the mechanism that the FBI used to try to railroad the Trump campaign in 2016. They were getting FISA warrants based upon falsified information. But fortunately, Congress had to reauthorize that legislation earlier this year, and we adopted 56 different reforms to Section 702 of FISA to try to protect people's rights. I voted against it because it did not have a requirement for getting a warrant, and I believe that the Fourth Amendment is very, very clear. But we did get some important reform because there's a sunset on Section 702 of FISA. Section 230, the law that gives the social media companies immunity. If that had a sunset on it, I don't think you would see the social media companies so readily willing to conspire and collude with the Biden administration to shut down conservative discussion about COVID and about vaccine efficacy and about the 2020 election and all of those things. Those companies were ready, willing, and able to do whatever the Biden administration told them to do that. And I know that because I was able to question these people in some of my hearings. I think that if they'd had a sunset and knew they had to come back before Congress, I don't think they would have engaged in as much censorship as they did. So there's a variety of things that I think we need to do policy-wise that will make us better legislators.
Representative Hageman, we're going to let you go, but you've answered every question easily. This might be the toughest one. What's the future of Harriet Hageman? On one hand, you could challenge the record of Barbara Cuban in long-standing service. I would love to see you come home and be Wyoming governor. What's your future plans? Anything?
My future plans are to be sworn into office on January 3rd, 2025, and represent the state of Wyoming for the next 2 years to the very best of my abilities. And what the future holds beyond that, I think that there's room for discussion, but right now I know what my job is. I know what I need to do. And I'm very, very honored to represent Wyoming and have this opportunity to go back there and be the voice of the people here.
Amen. And we're blessed to have you in Washington and so thankful to have you on the show this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Harriet Hageman joining us this morning. That's our representative from Wyoming and representing us well. Let's get to Wendy Core with Top of the Hour News.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. I'm Wendy Core, bringing you stories from the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom for Tuesday, November 26th. Recent friction between Wyoming's only U.S. House representative and the Teton County Sheriff's Office regarding illegal immigration processes boils down to a liability concern. Representative Harriet Hageman told readers of her Sunday newsletter that Immigration Customs and Enforcement, or ICE, conducted a recent operation in Teton County. But Sheriff Matt Carr told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland on Monday that he hadn't heard of a recent operation in the county by ICE.
The Teton County Sheriff said, I have no idea what she's talking about. Usually ICE tells me when they're doing an operation here. They said nothing, and I have worked well with them, but ICE didn't comment and the representative didn't comment. So we're just left with this ball of confusion.
The sheriff said he was grateful for the chance to speak out on the controversy because he's received numerous emails on the issue since Hageman's newsletter was sent out. A group of local residents are suing the Wyoming State Board of Land Commissioners, claiming their civil rights were violated when they weren't given a chance to weigh in on a series of Casper Mountain state land leases to mine gravel. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the residents, who all own land adjacent to the proposed gravel pit, claim they should have been given an opportunity to comment on gravel mining company Prism Logistics' plans before the land board approved the leases in June and October 2023.
They said they were not provided proper notification before the state land board acted to approve leases to Prism Logistics, the gravel mining company. And so they're saying that their civil rights were violated, they didn't receive due process, and that's kind of an argument that's giving them another angle at trying to stop any kind of gravel mining at the base of Casper Mountain.
The county board voted September 17th to amend the county's zoning ordinance, removing mining as an allowable use in the mountain residential zone. All the state land leases acquired by Prism Logistics sit in that zone. Well, U.S. Senator John Barrasso wants to increase fossil fuel production and decrease illegal immigration numbers in America. That's what Barrasso told Fox News on Sunday, and he'll have a significant amount of say in these matters as he was elected Senate Whip earlier this month, the number 2 leadership position in the Senate. That's according to politics reporter Leo Wolfson.
Barrasso said the main reason why he'd support mass deportations of illegal immigrants is because he believes that it is an issue that needs to be put under control and something that American people care very much about. He believes that President-elect Donald Trump's election was a mandate on immigration. Most specifically, it was one of the top issues identified during that election, and polls show that this is an issue that a lot of people gave their support to Trump for, even after the election.
Barrasso said he considers curbing illegal immigration and lowering energy prices some of his biggest priorities entering the new congressional session and Trump presidency. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous and 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
Well, it's the classic Wyoming wildlife photographer's dilemma: how to share the state's special places and amazing creatures with the world without those places getting overrun by people and the animals driven away. Photographer Deb Richardson of Star Valley knows of one such place and is facing that dilemma. She told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines that she fell in love with a spot in the general vicinity of Grand Teton National Park that during November and December draws huge bull moose by the dozen.
She has some funny stories. Like there was one time the moose were gathering around people's trucks and they couldn't figure out why, but they were licking the salt, the road salt off the side of the pickup. People got a moose car wash. So that's one of the perks of hanging out in this place, I guess. She's gotten some spectacular shots, which of course she's a photographer. That's how she makes her living. And she shares it on social media, but it creates that quandary. It's like, how do I get these images out and share this beauty with the world without the world finding out where this place is and coming and overrunning it?
On the positive side, Richardson said she hopes some of the people showing up at the Moose Magnet are the next generation of aspiring photographers, people who will treat the area and the moose with respect. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, let's get into the Zoom room with this guy. What's your favorite moose story? We were just talking about moose and where they gather here in Grand Teton National Park. This is Kevin Meyer, our resident cowboy. You got a moose story?
Oh, I got quite a few of them, but the one that really sticks out in my mind is I was driving a wagon to when I worked for Coulter Bay up there in the park, and we had I don't know, 8 or 9 people on there, and everybody's really excited to see a moose. And if you remember last week, I told you I had a team that ran off with me.
Yeah.
Well, the part that I didn't tell you is we was going through some willows, and a bull moose stepped out right in front of us, and it looked just like the label off a Moosehead beer bottle. And he was a big old dude, and he didn't really have, he wasn't interested in doing anything but standing there and getting his picture taken. But evidently, my team of horses didn't have a camera that day, and they didn't know where they was going to go, but they weren't going to be late.
Yeah, that's whenever. I mean, there's nothing like riding through tall willows, real thick, and anything can be hiding in there. And I have extra tension, extra fingers on the reins because I'm always ready for a moose to pop out.
Oh, yeah, and a fun fact, grizzly bears really like to lay in those willows and take a nap.
Oh, great. Even more.
And when you get to busting out after a cow running through them willows, you can suddenly trip over one of them, as one of my good friends did.
That's not good.
No. Luckily, that bear was just as shocked and scared as he was. And the cow went one way, the horse went one way, the bear went one way, and my friend ended up dropping right exactly where the whole thing started.
I ran into a moose once feeding. I was feeding for somebody at this ranchette and feeding horses. And I went into this hay. There was a little hay, but it was like a bully barn. That's how big it was. Not real big. And that's where they kept their hay. And I went in, I opened the door to the bully, and I was half asleep. It was early in the morning. I go to open a new bale of hay, and I noticed off to my left movement and a giant, and I thought a horse had gotten in there, and I turned around, I'm like, how did you get? Oh, that's a moose. And I mean, I was close enough to reach out and touch that thing, and she just looked at me, and I looked at her. I said, well, I'll let you finish up what you was doing. Just backed right out of there. We got plenty of hay. Yeah. Moose, I know where this area is, this moosey area, but I'm not going to reveal the secret. You saw Representative Hageman on just a moment ago. We go from, congresswoman to cowboy. Are we going up or down in our guest celebrityism?
Well, I can tell you this. I think you're the same mind as I am. I am so happy that she is representing Wyoming and all of us. To me, she is the definition of a citizen lawmaker, of a citizen legislator.
Yeah.
Just like the founding fathers had designed it and had envisioned. And every time I listen to her talk, I really wonder, has she ever lost an argument in her entire life?
Yeah.
She is so sharp, so knowledgeable, so researched. And boy, I tell you what, I wouldn't argue with her if she told me that the sun was shining when it was midnight.
Agreed. I would not cross verbal swords with Representative Hageman. Yeah, that's a losing proposition. Let's talk about things that really bother us. When I see,
okay, I don't think we have that kind of time today, Jake.
Yeah, we don't. We only have 20 minutes cleared for this. I am really bothered when I see a cowboy hat placed brim down or right side up, laid as if you would wear it, like you're wearing yours, laid like that. I see that, even if it's not mine. If it's mine, I can't stand it. And even if it's not mine, I look at it. I was just thinking about this the other day. I was having breakfast at Nora's here in Wilson, and somebody had their cowboy hat set. And I'm like, you can't do it. I wanted to get up and flip it upside down like it's supposed to be. I just can't stand it. What's wrong with me? What else does that bother you, or are you bothered by other things?
Oh, yeah, that bothers me. And in a hat-related issue, I can tell you one of the things that bothers me is the lack of etiquette that has come on. For instance, removing your hat when you meet a woman, removing your hat when you walk inside a building, removing your hat when you are eating a meal, unless you're sitting at the bar.
Yeah, absolutely.
Those little things, those little etiquette things really, really bother me, because just as a society, I've always believed if you take care of the little things, the big things will take care of themselves. And it just seems to me that it is a general slide down, all politeness and etiquette going away. And the more we let the little things slide, the more the big things will slide. And I think we're seeing a little bit of that.
That's somewhat biblical, Kevin Meyer. Jesus said, if I can't trust you with $1, how can I trust you with $1 million? Same kind of concept. But yeah, those little things. It bugs me to see gentlemen seated at a table, a dining table, especially with women at the table, and have their hat on. You don't wear your hat at the table, and you take it off in a building. I mean, sometimes the size of the building. If I go in a gigantic building, maybe not. But if you come into someone's home or a smaller building, yeah, you got to take the hat off. Agreed. Now we're going to move to something that you don't want to admit. I'll start. It's only fair, because I thought this up. I don't want to admit that I cannot, or I will not, cut down a live tree to be my Christmas tree. I know a lot of people who go out and harvest their Christmas tree. They want a real tree. They want that smell. I admit, Kevin, I am a tree hugger. I read this book, The Hidden Life of Trees, and ever since then, I can't cut down a Christmas tree. I just can't do it. I'm a sissy that way.
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, because it does seem like it's a little bit silly to cut down one of God's creations so we can watch it die in our house, so we can celebrate a religious holiday. And I'm not against Christmas. I'm not the biggest holiday guy in the world, but I can absolutely understand that. I've always thought it's a heck of a lot nicer. It kind of goes back to that story about the Texas trucker that decorates that tree next to the interstate, which I have driven by that tree I don't know how many times, and I have always wondered who does that.
Really?
And I always figured that it was the tribe, that it was the Crow Indians that were doing it.
Yeah.
And boy, that was nice to read that story and find out who actually did, because they don't decorate it just a little bit.
Yeah.
They decorate that thing. You can see it coming for miles.
It is done up in fashion. Well, I'm glad. See, that's a cool story where, yeah, probably very few people have noticed it or seen it or remember seeing it, but for those of you who have, you're the perfect reader for that story. Maybe you always wondered, what the heck with that tree? Yeah, I'd rather see one decorated outside still living, and then decorate it again the next year, and leave it living. Although the cat misses out on knocking down the tree, of course. That's his favorite thing to do at Christmas. All right, well, what do you not want to admit?
Well, I really hate to admit that I really like a good rom-com.
I'll join you in that one. Sure. In fact, my wife will tell you that I secretly watch Hallmark Channel every once, especially during Christmas. Yeah.
Isn't every movie on the Hallmark Channel about Christmas, even in the middle of July?
90% of them, yes. it's either about Christmas or she falls in love with a guy she doesn't know is a prince or a king of another country, and then finds out, and she's immediately into royalty. Yeah, common theme, Christmas. Yeah, I'm with you. I like that one with Sydney Sweeney and the dude where they pretend to hate each other. I can't think of it now, but it's out. It's like a big Sydney Sweeney movie. Yeah, I'm with you.
Well, you can never go wrong with a good Matthew McConaughey rom-com. And of course, no different than the Hallmark Channel. Like you're saying, every one of them has the exact same plot. But I like to talk myself into thinking, well, gee, I hope they get together at the end.
Yeah, right. I'm really worried about this. I mean, it's a guarantee they'll get together, and it's a guarantee McConaughey's shirt's coming off in the first 30 minutes for whatever reason. They'll invent, the script writer for any Matthew McConaughey story is got to figure out how can we make a scene where his shirt has to come off. That's a given. Other things that bother me or I see and I want to correct someone is dogs. I see people and how they treat their dogs. You and I, we cherish our background in training animals, training horses and dogs as well. And I have little tolerance for a ill-behaved dog or pet. The better behaved and trained they are, the more freedom you can have with that animal. I've never had a dog on a leash, for instance, because they've always been verbal command. And I'll tell you one pet peeve is repeating your cat. I can't tell this enough. If you've got a dog and he misbehaves, he won't come, he won't sit, he won't do what you tell him. Repeating a command is the beginning of the end. How many times he heard you the first time, you don't have to say it louder the second time. You say it once and then you enforce whatever that command is, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I really like when the commands get repeated and the inflection of the voice goes from a command
to a question,
a plea, to absolute desperation. And, the dog just flips him a paw and runs off. And then when the dog, 10 or 15 minutes later decides to come back and then they get loved on, there's absolutely no repercussions. And like I've always said, people will tell me, well, I'm not a horse trainer, I'm not a dog trainer. Well, every time you're interacting with that animal, you're training, no different than your kid. Any interaction that you have with those three things, because they all have about the same mentality, you're training them to do something. So you don't have to be too awful knowledgeable about the program. You just have to be aware of what you are doing. And the biggest problem, and it's a pet peeve of mine, something that bothers me is, and this is where people really get into trouble with dogs, kids, and horses, is if it's not okay today for that behavior, it can't be okay tomorrow. It's not fair to any of the parties involved. If the kid is supposed to be home at 10 and he comes home at 10:15 and he gets in trouble, well, tomorrow he'll probably be home at 10. But if he gets home at 10:15 and he's not in trouble, well, tomorrow he probably won't get home till 10:30. Same as with your dog. If you tell your dog to sit and he does not sit, just because he's cute doesn't mean he can get away with it, because those things will grow into bigger things.
It's funny how you compare dogs to kids. My wife, we don't have kids, but she teaches first grade, and she'll sometimes share some stuff about a 7-year-old, and I just equate everything to a dog. I mean, a kid is a dog. There are teaching moments and training things, and they're all, to me, very similar. And what you're talking about are boundaries. And if it's a kid or a dog, it's the same thing. Consistency and boundaries, knowing where they are, it allows an animal or a kid to thrive in that situation, knowing where the hard boundary is. And it's always a teaching moment. It's always a training moment with a dog. Even when you come home from being away. And of course, the dog doesn't know if you've been gone 2 minutes, 2 hours, 2 days. It's the same reaction, the tail wagging. He's so happy to see you. But even coming in before you pet the dog and say, oh, I missed you, fight. Just make him sit. Just make him do one thing, sit down. And then then you can give him that, just the reward for making him do one thing. But yeah, okay. Let's move to the lightning round, Kevin Meyer.
Well, hold on. I'm going to give you one more little story about the training deal.
Yeah.
And people laughed at me when I first did it, but when my kids were little, I trained them to the same whistles that I trained my dog to.
No.
And so we would go to like the fair or a basketball game or whatever, where there's a crowd of people, and of course, small town, so little kids, they go run off and play, and we, the parents, we would go, sit where we were, whatever we were doing. When it was time to go, I would just whistle exactly like I did when I called my dogs, and I guarantee you, within a minute or two, here'd come them kids. And people would laugh about it, but then they'd see it in action, and they thought, boy, that's pretty darn smart.
Whoa. I did not know that. Now, we, Kevin and I don't really script anything. So, I never know where this is going. That's cool. That's interesting. We have scripted this. We have talked about this. Let me see if I can play. Yeah. Do you hear that on your end, Kevin? I never know if my Zoom people can hear stuff.
No, I can't hear it on my end.
Okay. Well, the viewers can, and the listeners. I'm playing the theme to Star Trek because we're going to talk about this dude, Captain Kirk. What do you know? Did you know this? I didn't know this about Captain Kirk. Oh, wait. I got to fix my Zoom room here for a second. Okay, let's switch from Kevin Meyer for a second to the photo we're talking about. This guy, you recognize this guy, the cowboy hat. You might have to do a double take, but that's Captain Kirk, Star Trek. I know this generation thinks Star Trek, a different captain in the movies. The Star Trek I grew up with is this guy on TV, and he's also become, after his acting career, a noted horseman. Did you know that?
So I chuckled when you sent that link to me at 5:00 this morning.
Yeah.
Because I knew exactly what you was wanting to ask, and you don't have any idea, but I have several friends that have trained horses for him. And have told me a lot of stories about him. I have not met him. I haven't been at any of the shows that he's at. He mainly stays in California and Arizona for his horse shows. But my good friend Andrea Fapani is one of the top reining horse trainers in the world. And he's trained several for, as he refers to him, Bill. I guess when you're friends with him, you call him Bill.
Yeah.
But he said the great thing about Shatner is he's not a typical rich, non-pro horse owner. He wants to be a part of it. A lot of these guys will buy a horse or have you buy a horse.
Yeah.
Have you train it, have you show it, and then when they want to show it, they'll show up the day of the show, crawl on, and they just expect the horse to do whatever. Shatner goes, he wants to be part of the training process. He wants to practice. He's very passionate about it, and he's very competitive. He really, really wants to win. And he puts on a big celebrity reining that is for charity. And Andrea told me the real funny thing about it is he is the most curious person that you've ever met. People will come up and want to take a picture with him or get his autograph. And they'll be there a half hour because Shatner is interviewing them.
Yeah.
He's just super curious about everybody, where they're from, what they do, how they got into horses, what their horse is, what they like, what they don't like. So, yeah, he's really been passionate, and he's won championships in the saddlebreds, and he's won championships in the reining. And at 93, he's still doing it. He's still showing horses.
Oh, I didn't know
it. Boy, I hope I am at 90. I hope I'm walking at 93.
Right. I didn't know he was that old. Oh, wow. Well, yeah, I just ran across it and I put it away. I saved it. I thought this is a good topic for Kevin Meyer because Kevin trains horses. And here's a guy we all know who's getting into, the whole reining thing. And I figured you had like 3 degrees of separation. You would have a Bill Shatner story, as we call him, Bill, or Captain. You better call him Captain Bill Kirk. I figured you might have a little something in your back pocket there.
Well, and I tried to get him on my podcast. He was on Andrea's podcast, and so I contacted Shatner's people, and they said, well, he doesn't really do podcasts. He just did that as a favor to Andrea. And having talked with Andrea, I threw a Hail Mary. And I said, well, I'm friends with Andrea. Doesn't that count? And evidently it didn't.
Well, see, you got to be like some exotic woman from another planet painted green, and you might get his interest, maybe. If you watch.
Well, that's true. I hadn't thought of that. It's been a year or two now, so maybe I'll try that tack this time. And I think maybe I'll just say, could Bill come on my podcast, and they'll just think that we're friends.
Yeah. Say it was, if we like to beam in Bill, just tell him it's Kevin. He knows.
Well, he's 93. He can't possibly remember if we're friends or not.
Right. He might forget. Yellowstone, obviously the last series is out now. The other day we were talking about product placement in Series 5. It's been called out like overt product placement going on in the final season of Yellowstone, like lingering shots of that bottle of vodka that's, Sheridan's. So I thought on that note, let's do the lightning round over product placement. Just in no order or making no sense whatsoever, Kevin, and you're probably ready for this stuff that makes no sense. International Harvester or John Deere?
John Deere.
All right. Husqvarna or Steel?
Steel.
We're talking about chainsaws, by the way. Ford, Dodge, or Chevy?
I don't care. Whichever one runs the best. I have never been loyal to one. I've owned all 3 of them, and I can remember real quick, I had a cow camp, and a kid from Louisiana was working for me, and I had a Chevy pickup, and we went to put salt out, and I was driving on roads that are just barely Jeep trails, and it's a 1-ton 4-door pickup, and we get back to camp that night, and this kid goes, I can't believe that you took a Chevy where you took it. I didn't think a Chevy could go there. And I said, well, give me a Studebaker, and I bet you I can get it there too, because it's not about the vehicle I'm driving. It's about where I point it.
Sounds like a horseman. He can ride any horse. There are no bad horses, just bad horsemen. That I could have probably guessed that of you, Kevin. Good point. But there are those with brand fidelity, like you can't believe, the Ford, Dodge, Chevy people. Some people really get into it.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And one last one, Coke or Pepsi?
Pepsi.
You're going with Warland. Okay. Which reminds me of the cowboy breakfast. Have you worked with guys that are? I've never worked with a cowboy that ate breakfast. Really, a Dew and a Chew was about all you would get. That's the cowboy breakfast: Mountain Dew and a wad of Chew. That's about it.
Yeah, that's about right. Caffeine and nicotine. That's what fuels the West.
All right. Have we about slayed it this morning? What do you think?
By golly, I think so. Great job on those interviews you've been doing with the Wyoming leadership. Those have been great, very informative, and reaching the folks of Wyoming. And I know that we're all very appreciative of you doing that.
Yeah, and I'll let you in a little secret, Kevin Meyer. If you don't tell anybody, I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm punching way above my weight with Barrasso and Hageman. These guys are on Meet the Press. Now they're on Meet the Rest. with me. I'm
well,
like,
you know what? You're pulling it off great. You're really pulling it off great, and I promise I'm not going to tell anybody.
okay. Because, I have no idea what I'm doing. I get nervous just talking to you. It's Kevin Meyer. It's our cowboy out of Douglas making horse sense of the world. Kevin, have a great day. Thursday, I'm going to do a show Thanksgiving. But are you going to be around or no?
Yeah, I'll be here for you.
Let's do it. We'll talk Thanksgiving stuff then on Thursday. Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Perfect. All right. We'll talk to you then. Have a great day, Pard.
Yeah, you too. Kevin Meyer out of Douglas. That's our resident cowboy in the Cowboy State Daily Show. If we call ourselves the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show, then we got to have a cowboy, right? That's Kevin Meyer making horse sense of the world. Top of the hour news, Wendy Core just a moment away. But first, let's rodeo a little bit. The Western Ag Network Rodeo Roadshow with Will Rasmussen.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Good to have you along. Today, Donnie Gay, the 8-time world champion, Hall of Famer, TV personality. His family has been immersed in the sport of rodeo for generations. I asked him to talk about his family today, and he starts with his dad, Neil Gay. He talks about his brother, Pete. That conversation when we come back.
This is Carson Stevenson, inviting you to the annual Stevenson's Diamond Dot production sale on Monday, December 2nd. This offering of registered Angus cattle includes 235 yearling bull calves, 120 registered 2-year-old bulls, 110 registered females, and 700 commercial females, including bred heifers and young cows. Sale begins at 12 noon at the ranch in Hobson, Montana. We hope to see you there.
Here's the right water at the right time, and the right place is yours. The complete line of Hoskins waters are at Western Ranch Supply. The Hoskins water keeps the water flowing, maintenance-free in the summer and ice-free in the winter, and they unconditionally guarantee their stainless steel water tanks for 25 years. For cattle, sheep, hogs, or horses, it's Hoskins Waterers at Western Ranch Supply.
Serving the big country, that's who we are, Western Ranch Supply.
Well, Neil Gay, against all odds, when he had to figure out a way to make a living being a rodeo cowboy with an 18-month-old and a 6-month-old, or 2-year-old and a 6-month-old to raise, and his mother having to take care of us because mine and Pete's real mom passed away. He started the Mesquite Championship Rodeo. He didn't have any money. My daddy was broke and in debt his entire life up until just right at 2001 when we sold the Mesquite Rodeo properties. Was the first time my daddy had ever been out of debt. So I say everybody that wears a cowboy hat does way more work than you ever get paid for. But that's just part of the price of being happy in my estimation.
Look for Donnie Gay on the upcoming telecasts of the National Finals Rodeo. Donnie Gay, the 8-time world champion on the Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
We got to get you right to the top of the hour news with Wendy Corbett. First, we'll just share these messages with you. I missed them earlier. Vicky O'Donohue checks in, says, Happy Thanksgiving, Jake. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Vicky Faith Anderson appreciated our chat with Congresswoman Harriet Hageman. Thanks, Representative. Your work is appreciated. Like your show, Jake. Love Wyoming from Colorado, Faith Anderson. All right, Faith. And great show, says Zuby Devish. I even like the break music. I'm glad you said that, Zuby, because I'm not really sold on the break music, but good. I'm glad someone likes it. And good morning, Jake. That one from my mom. Mom, get off the Facebooks. Let me just do the show. Wendy Core, news now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Tuesday, November 26th. I'm Wendy Core, bringing you headlines from the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, brought to you by the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. From 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, Cowboy State Daily's Jake Nichols takes you deeper into the stories that matter and keeps up with the news, weather, and sports in your part of Wyoming. Just tune in to CowboyStateDaily.com and join the conversation. A Colorado-based federal judge declined Monday to remove a transgender player from the upcoming Mountain West Conference Women's Volleyball Championship playoffs. U.S. District Court Judge S. Cato Cruz issued the 28-page order Monday, in which he also did not reverse the 6 forfeit losses teams have taken by boycotting matches against that player this season. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland has been covering this story.
So the lawsuit is still in play, but the judge did hand down a bad omen against the volleyball players. He denied their request for preliminary injunction. The judge says, I'm not going to stop the tournament. I'm not going to get Blair Fleming out of the league during this case. And so in making that order, he makes a finding saying, you ladies are not likely to succeed.
San Jose State University is seeded number 2 in the Mountain West Conference going into the upcoming tournament with a 12-6 conference record. A modern era of mass Indian removal is coming to an end. That's what those fighting to return Native American imagery to sports team branding are arguing. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that groups like the Native American Guardians Association believe that Montana U.S. Senator Steve Daines hasn't gone far enough to restore the former Washington Redskins logo to the NFL franchise.
It's actually modeled after Blackfeet chiefs and was initiated by a Blackfeet tribal member who brought it to the Redskins back in the early 70s, Blackie Wetzel. Since May, Senator Steve Daines from Montana has been trying to get that story out in an effort to convince the Commanders to readopt what he considers and what many in Montana consider a culturally valuable symbol that was inspired authentically by Blackfeet tribal members and should be returned to the Commanders.
Daines also has suggested perhaps a new team name for Washington's football team, the Washington Warriors, which would honor the fact that Native Americans serve in the U.S. Armed Forces at a higher rate per capita than any other ethnic group. Douglas Harrington became the first Wyoming person to get prison time for participating in the January 6, 2021 riot at the U.S. Capitol. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that the 69-year-old Bedford resident was sentenced in the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia on Monday to 40 months in prison, 24 months of supervised release, and was ordered to pay $2,000 in restitution.
Harrington first received charges in 2023, and finally his case is coming to a close. We'll see, though, what happens with his case. Even though he was sentenced to prison, President-elect Donald Trump has vowed numerous times to pardon many, if not all, of the January 6 participants who have been facing criminal charges.
More than 1,561 people have been charged from nearly all 50 states for crimes related to the breach of the U.S. Capitol. During the January 6 riot, Harrington swung a flagpole with a metal ball attached to the end of it at police officers. What started as a reluctant promise to his wife 15 years ago has become an annual holiday tradition that sets the mood for the holiday season in northern Wyoming and southern Montana. Herman Segura was back along I-90 north of Sheridan on the Crow Reservation Saturday, decorating the single lonely tree that's defiantly grown in the median between interstate lanes. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson spoke to the Texas truck driver who's adopted the lone pine tree with help from some new friends.
His regular route goes from Dallas all the way up into Calgary and then back. And so he has, for the last 15 years, has taken it upon himself to decorate this tree. And over the years, some locals who have noticed it decorated have put cards on the tree to thank him for it and to offer to help. He loves it, and besides, his wife would probably torture him if he ever stopped.
The tree is on the Crow Reservation, and Segura said he's had full support from the local tribes. In fact, this year he found a card on the tree that read, "Merry Christmas from the Blackfeet Nation." And now let's take a look at today's weather with Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day.
Another little piece of that storm that was on the West Coast is coming through the Rockies over the next 24 hours. While this is not a major storm and Wyoming is not going to take a direct hit, it still will have some impacts. As the day progresses, we'll see snow increase across the far western border areas of the state. So Star Valley, Afton, down to Cameron, Evanston, up to Jackson. Around Grand Teton and Yellowstone National Parks will be developing snow showers at the beginning of the day today. These snow showers will spread along the Interstate 80 corridor later today, tonight, into Wednesday morning. So travelers, holiday travelers, along I-80, adjacent roads and highways, and the mountain passes of the south and west, be ready for a little bit of winter driving. Temperatures behind this front are going to be a lot colder as well by tomorrow. And while the snow showers will be done by Thursday, Thanksgiving Day, Thursday into Friday are going to be brisk, rather chilly. Most of the state will see highs only in the 30s, lows down into the teens. Also, travelers today, tonight into Wednesday into Utah, eastern Idaho and Colorado, you're going to be encountering more snow in those areas.
You can get Don's full forecast on the Cowboy State Daily website. I'll be back in just 15 seconds with more news.
Open enrollment is here. Discover a range of low-cost plans from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Shop now to find the best option for you. Online, in town, in touch. We're right around the corner. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. What's your plan?
Recent friction between Wyoming's only U.S. House representative and the Teton County Sheriff's Office regarding illegal immigration processes boils down to a liability concern. Representative Harriet Hageman told readers of her Sunday newsletter that Immigration Customs and Enforcement, or ICE, conducted a recent operation in Teton County. But Sheriff Matt Carr told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland on Monday that he hadn't heard of a recent operation in the county by ICE.
The Teton County Sheriff said, I have no idea what she's talking about. Usually ICE tells me when they're doing an operation here. They said nothing, and I have worked well with them, but ICE didn't comment and the representative didn't comment, so we're just left with this ball of confusion.
The sheriff said he was grateful for the chance to speak out on the controversy because he's received numerous emails on the issue since Hageman's newsletter was sent out. A group of local residents are suing the Wyoming State Board of Land Commissioners, claiming their civil rights were violated when they weren't given a chance to weigh in on a series of Casper Mountain state land leases to mine gravel. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the residents, who all own land adjacent to the proposed gravel pit, claim they should have been given an opportunity to comment on gravel mining company Prism Logistics' plans before the land board approved the leases in June and October of 2023.
They said they were not provided proper notification before the state land board acted to approve leases to Prism Logistics, the gravel mining company. And so they're saying that their civil rights were violated. They didn't receive due process. And that's kind of an argument that's giving them another angle at trying to stop any kind of gravel mining at the base of Casper Mountain.
The county board voted September 17th to amend the county's zoning ordinance, removing mining as an allowable use in the mountain residential zone. All the state land leases acquired by Prism Logistics sit in that zone. U.S. Senator John Barrasso wants to increase fossil fuel production and decrease illegal immigration numbers in America. That's what Barrasso told Fox News on Sunday, and he'll have a significant amount of say in these matters as he was elected Senate Whip earlier this month, the number 2 leadership position in the Senate. That's according to politics reporter Leo Wolfson.
Barrasso said the main reason why he'd support mass deportations of illegal immigrants is because he believes that it is an issue that needs to be put under control and something that American people care very much about. He believes that President-elect Donald Trump's election was a mandate on immigration. Most specifically, it was one of the top issues identified during that election, and polls show that this is an issue that a lot of people gave their support to Trump for, even after the election.
Barrasso said he considers curbing illegal immigration and lowering energy prices some of his biggest priorities entering the new congressional session and Trump presidency. And it's the classic Wyoming wildlife photographer's dilemma: how to share the state's special places and amazing creatures with the world without those places getting overrun by people and the animals driven away. Photographer Deb Richardson of Star Valley knows of one such place and is facing that dilemma. She told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines that she fell in love with a spot in the general vicinity of Grand Teton National Park that during November and December draws huge bull moose by the dozen.
She's gotten some spectacular shots, which of course she's a photographer. That's how she makes her living, and she shares it on social media. But it creates that quandary. It's like, how do I get these images out and share this beauty with the world without the world finding out where this place is and coming and overrunning it?
On the positive side, Richardson said she hopes some of the people showing up at the Moose Magnet are the next generation of aspiring photographers, people who will treat the area and the moose with respect. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. And you can watch this newscast every day by clicking subscribe on our YouTube channel. And don't forget to drop in on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake Nichols Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Yeah, we're back to it in studio. It's 9:13 on this Tuesday. And yeah, I asked earlier today our weather guy, Don Day, about the polar cap switch, the magnetic flip. He put the correct terminology to it, but I'm fascinated in this. One morning, we're going to have to explore that fully. There's theories that the North Pole and the South Pole can change spots and basically flip around. And there's evidence that it's been done in the past. For instance, Antarctica was once lush forest, and look at it now. It's a fascinating topic, and there's some people that believe that day is coming where the polar caps will flip again. North Pole will become South Pole and vice versa. And what would be the implications? For one thing, our weather guy would be confused as all get out. Maybe. I don't know if you can trip up Don Day. I mean, Don is just on it. Nothing could get in the way of his accurate weather forecast. This day in history is November 26th, by the way. Renee Jean joining the conversation here in a moment. And we'll talk about Renee's latest stories. This day in history, kind of like yesterday, a little bit of a thin day. Not a lot happened on this day. For instance, this day in 1942, Lusk, the town of Lusk, announces they will forego outdoor Christmas lights in accordance with a request from the War Production Board. So 1942, we obviously have a war going on. And I don't know if this concerns blackouts specifically, because why would only Lusk, why would Lusk be even targeted? Lusk on an average night is a blackout. I mean, this is not the biggest town in Wyoming. Let's just say that. I love Lusk. All you folks that live in Lusk, don't send off angry emails. We love you. But if this concerns blackouts, and for those of you who might need to catch up to speed on this. I mean, during the war, World War II, right? 1942, there were blackouts in certain cities, requested or mandated blackouts for fear that bombers, Japanese bombers, would be able to find and target cities easier if all the lights were on. I don't know that we ever got to the scale that we had entire cities blacking out. I know, obviously, in Europe, it was a thing. Like London, there would be blackouts. You wouldn't want to be able to expose yourself at night to potential bombers. I don't think this had anything to do with blackouts, because Lusk announcing they will cooperate by not shining their outdoor Christmas lights. I don't think anybody flying a Zero. Is that what they called them? The Japanese bombers, Zeros? I don't think anybody flying a Zero is looking down on Wyoming and saying, oh, there's Lusk. Ha! That one dude left his Christmas lights up. Let's bomb Lusk. Open the bomb bay doors. I'm not sure Lusk would be particularly a target, number one. And number two, I'm not sure you could leave every Christmas light on in Lusk, and I don't think anybody's going to see it flying overhead. It'd have to be a lot of Christmas lights. I think this had more to do with saving energy, maybe. War Production Board, like don't use a lot of electricity with your Christmas tree lights. And again, targeting Lusk seems somewhat pointless. If everyone in Lusk left their air conditioners on, well, at Christmas, I guess you wouldn't be running your air conditioner. If everyone in Lusk was using all the electricity they could, leave the TV on. Did they have TVs in 1942? Maybe not. Leave the radio on. Do your ironing. Turn the oven on. Anything that used electricity. Everyone in Lusk could be using 3 times the electricity they normally use. And I don't know if we as a nation would notice that Lusk was sucking up energy. Again, I'm not trying to be hard on Lusk. So what is this population of, I'm just wasting time until Renee gets into the Zoom room and it looks like she's just going to not make it. Renee, if you're watching the show, and I know you are, you got to get in the Zoom room. Lusk population. What? This is a good Googler. What is Lusk famous for? I can't wait to click on this. This is going to be the shortest answer ever provided by Google. What is Lusk famous for? It'd probably be I'll go to a blank URL page. Lusk is known for the Stagecoach Museum. Okay. And the Mother Featherlegs Cemetery. Okay. Things you must know before visiting Lusk 2024. I click on that. A blank URL page. Nothing needed to know. I'm just kidding, Lusk. Get over it. Lusk population. I still can't find it. Founded in 1886 by Frank Lusk. Good job, Frank. Okay, population 2020 is 1,541. Their population in 1942 was probably, take a zero off of that, 154, seriously. And if you told everybody in Lusk, don't put up your Christmas tree lights this year because of the war efforts. All this to say this day in history was a slow day in Wyoming history. Thank you, Lusk, for your cooperation in World War II. This day in 1934, Charles Richardson, publisher of the Rock Springs Daily Rocket Miner, from 1974 to 2005, longtime publisher of the Rocket Miner, was born this day in Newcastle, Wyoming. Happy birthday, Charles Richardson. Former Governor Frank Lucas died in Buffalo, Wyoming on this day in 1948. He had been Wyoming's Secretary of State from 1923 to 27 and governor in 1925 after the death of Governor Ross. On this day in 1984, Big Nose George Parrott's remains were given to the Carbon County Museum. You probably all know of that story. And on this day in 2004, the Snake River Ranch, the ranch just north of me, was added to the National Registry of Historic Places. It all happened on this day in history, November 26th. Into the Zoom room, Renee Jean. Renee, what are you doing this morning?
Oh, trying to get over a cold, Jake.
Still? Oh, yeah, I know it. I wonder, and I don't want to put you on the spot with the whole thing, but I wonder. I never used to get sick, very rarely, and then since, and I don't even want to say it out loud. Since COVID, I get a cold that's hard to get rid of. And during, in 2019, maybe it was COVID. I don't know. I didn't get tested. But since then, when I get a cold, it's hard getting rid of them.
Yeah. When I was young, I would get the flu like regularly. The same time every year, I would get the flu. No big deal. 2 or 3 days later, I'd be off to the races again.
Yeah.
But the older I've gotten, the less that is true. And I finally have reached the point where I realize that I just need to get my vaccines for flu and COVID every year, or, so far it's been a couple weeks now and I'm still trying to get over this.
Yeah, I want to blame everything on COVID. Maybe it's just old-fashioned old age and my immune system's not what it used to be. Maybe that's it.
Well, I usually get over the cold pretty quick. It's the aftermath. So it'll turn into bronchitis or pneumonia. It's like someone turned the mucus faucet on and I can't get rid of it.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Oh, I know it. I know all about it. So you've been hanging out. You and Bill Gates are like buddy, and you're talking about, you two scientists are talking about how you're going to enrich uranium. I thought, and I'm a little bit of a scientist too, the way I enrich uranium is just put it in a centrifuge and spin the heck out of it. But apparently you can use lasers. What is going on? TerraPower has got a couple of unique ideas to feed uranium to their power plant.
So, Jake, you've got a uranium enrichment laboratory.
Yeah, I have a special room in the house where I enrich uranium, and of course, that's been visited by the CIA and the FBI a couple times. I'm trying
That's where you're going when there's a break. Going back there, enriching uranium,
spinning uranium. Think of all the time I'm wasting spinning uranium in my centrifuge when I could be using lasers. It's probably a lot faster. I don't know.
Well, so this is not a new idea. First, let's kind of explain how it works. So with the centrifuge, you have all these isotopes of uranium. You got 235, 238, but they all weigh slightly differently. So that is what works with the centrifuge to separate these things out. When you spin them around really fast, things fall out according to their weight into distinct little bands. And if you've ever been on one of these tours where they show these centrifuges, you can kind of see how that works with just basically any material. It'll shake it out by weight. The lasers have a completely different mechanism. Here, you're using a wavelength of light to tune in on a particular frequency. So all of these different isotopes have their own signature, if you will, their own energy patterns, and you can tune a wavelength of light to excite just the ones you want. This company, Asp Isotopes, has already been using that to separate out things that like medical isotopes that we inject people with to find cancer, or particular types of silicone that we use for semiconductors. So they've already been using this process in a commercial scale for other isotopes. So I think that's what makes this a good bet for Bill Gates, is they've already done some commercial scale work with other isotopes. Now it's just applying that to uranium-235 to enrich that to the levels that we need for these new types of nuclear plants. And this is a modular type of process. So it's just a matter of, hey, let's add some more, lasers to the equation. So that it really probably should be a pretty quick way for TerraPower to get the HALEU that it needs on the timeline that it needs. Of course, it's just one of the bets TerraPower is placing. They've got memorandums of understanding with other American corporations. And that's the other thing I think I should highlight here, Jake. Initially, this in the press materials that TerraPower sent out and asked Isotopes to, it was billed as like a South African company, but actually it's headquartered in the U.S. They are incorporated in Delaware. Their scientists are over in Africa, and the first plant that they're building for TerraPower will be in Africa. But they are not opposed to building a plant in the US. And in fact, they're, quote, eager to do so, I was told. So I think it's probably likely with all the SMRs, TerraPower's future plans include building more Natrium plants than ever. So I think it's quite likely they'll build something in the US as well.
Well, I'm glad you explained some of these things. I can't tell you how much isotope 230 I've had to throw out trying to get to isotope 235. The cat got into it. He glows at night now. The isotope thing. What now? Bill Gates, for those of you who need to catch up to this, has with his money, obviously, and his vision, has helped foot the bill to put TerraPower in Wyoming. TerraPower is going to be this unique power plant in Kemmer, and they're going to need uranium for this. Now, Bill Gates, what is his, I mean, he's not the scientist behind this. He probably hired a lot of super smart dudes and dudettes who know what they're doing.
He's the money behind it.
Yeah.
I mean, this is his vision. He's using his money to do the things that he thinks are a good idea for the future. And that's just kind of, where we're at with that.
Okay, more scientist stuff. Renee, explain F.E. Warren Air Force Base. This story from you is one of a handful of military bases that's been identified by the Air Force Office of Energy Assurance to explore perhaps geothermal energy. I know some homes that operate in the Wyoming area using geothermal energy just to heat the home. We're sitting on some energy. Obviously, Yellowstone is what we think about, but what's going on with Warren Air Force Base? What are they trying to do?
So typically, the real traditional geothermal assets are all out in Yellowstone. You need a hot spring, you need volcanic activity. But there are new techniques now, and I think this is really interesting and kind of cool. One of the new techniques borrows from hydraulic fracturing for oil and gas wells, where you, instead of drilling vertically, you're drilling horizontally, right, in a particular formation. And so they're going to drill a test well at Warren Air Force Base to see if they're going to go down to 14,000 feet. And somewhere along there, if they get the right temperature range for the types of processes that are now available, they'll be able to set up a geothermal power generating unit to create additional resiliency at the base. I think it's a smart idea if it pans out, if the test well gives them what they need, because you can't really interrupt a supply line. You can't cut off the fuel. It's part of the earth, right? And it's not interruptible power like solar or windmills might be. It's on all the time, 24/7, 365 days a year. So, if they're able to do that, it does increase the resiliency of that base, which is a key part of our nuclear triad. So I think it's kind of smart that they're doing this. Warren Air Force Base, it's not the only base where they're looking at this possibility. They've already allocated some money to a base in Texas to build a pilot demonstration geothermal plant as well. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out too with this new administration. But sometimes these things, once the ball's rolling, it's rolling, right?
Yeah. And so, Renee, is the driving force here trying to tap into an energy source that might be cheaper than electricity? Or is the idea, here's my mind where I'm going with this scenario, is that there's a thought that, let's say the CCP, the Chinese, do some kind of solar pulse thing and they knock out all our energy grid, and we still want to be able to throw nuclear missiles at them. What's driving this? What's the idea?
I think that's the main part of it, what you just said. The military, Warren Air Force Base is one of those critical installations that just needs to work no matter what. So there are all kinds of redundancies already built into the system. They have backups already, but this geothermal would just be an additional level to that. And like I said, it's on 24/7. It's can't interrupt it. There's no supply line to cut off, no, backup generators often need things like fuel. So if you can cut off the fuel supply line, then once it runs out of fuel, you're out of power. But you can't do that to geothermal. It's on all the time.
Yeah, well, I could see that. One last story from Renee Jean. You want to meet the woman who's bucking the trend. Talk about bucking the trend. The Cybertruck. These Tesla owners. The Cybertruck bucks the trend of anything you see out there. And Karen Meister Emmerich, because she's not a 55-year-old white guy, is a different kind of a Cybertruck owner. Thanks for introducing us to this 75-year-old who, boy, as soon as she saw one of these Cybertrucks, she's like, I got to get me one of them.
I think this is just a fun story. We've all had that car that we fell in love with when we were kids and said, I'm going to buy that car.
Yeah.
And then when we got to adulthood, we realized how impractical the car really was. Mine was a Porsche. There was a commercial on for a Porsche. And I was like, wow, I want that car when I'm old enough to drive. My dad just laughed at me. He's like, well, you better win the lottery between now and then, because that's one expensive car.
Yeah.
And it was. I've never owned a Porsche. I've had a Toyota Corolla. I've had a Dodge Neon that I got on a green sheet. And I've had more recently a Toyota RAV4. My first car was a blue Chevy Chevette that drove 200,000 miles, which is unheard of for a Chevette.
Mine was a Chevy Nova that I got for like $800. Wow.
Yeah, some mechanic bought that Chevette and put a new engine in it and drove it another 100,000 miles.
Woo!
So, yeah, that's got to be some kind of record, right?
Here is Dr. Karen Meister Emmerich next to her new Cybertruck, showing a photo of this story. She had her heart set on a DeLorean back in the day, couldn't make it happen. So the next best thing is this rig comes along, and she felt all those feelings again. And she likes, I like rounded off things in my vehicle. She likes the sharp angles. She's a mathematician, and to her, this thing makes sense.
Yeah. And the other thing I think is she's always been a tech geek, right? And she kind of looks at that like, that every year there's going to be new tech. And so you just got to familiarize yourself with it, because in 10 years, there's going to be 10 years worth of new tech. And you don't want to be all of a sudden trying to learn it all at once. Just keep learning it every year, and you kind of ease into it. So this truck for her is kind of part of that too. It's a very technological vehicle. It's all screens. You don't have the usual buttons and knobs that we're used to. You've got, instead of a rear view mirror, you have a camera on the back that projects on a screen. I think that's kind of cool too. It's a good attitude to have for technology. We'd all just need to keep up with it so that we're not ever overwhelmed. She's a great.
Yeah, so tech-filled. This Cheyenne woman now owns, and you hardly see any of these. I see one of these in the Jackson Hole area, but you don't come by them very often. So what in this story, I think you describe Karen's the process of buying one. You don't just go down to the dealership and buy one of these. Like, what does it take to? You got to get in line. You got to put down some deposit. Like, how do you get one?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure on that, but she did it online, and she just put $100 down on picking the and then when it came time to choose, she had 2 models to pick from. So she picked the Foundation series, which I think is the one that most looked like the DeLorean that she fell in love with when she was a kid, the Back to the Future car, right? And this does have a very futuristic look, I think. To me, it doesn't look like a pickup at all, but it does have a covered bed in the back, and it's got a covered compartment in the front. So they call it the frunk. And you lift that top, and instead of an engine and the guts of the car, you've just got a place where you can sit or put stuff. They used it to enjoy hot dogs while they were recharging.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm showing photos of that. And it is pretty cool looking. I mean, I'm never going to get one, but it is pretty cool looking. And yeah, it's a great story, which is a nice, refreshing break from your scientific stuff, which gives me a migraine when I try to read it. I'm glad you can explain it to us regular folk,
If
Renee.
I'm giving you a migraine.
It hurts to try to figure out which isotope I want to isolate from my power plant. There's so much going on with your stuff.
You just want U-235, Jake.
I'm going to get me some U-235. The cat can have all the rest that falls out of my centrifuge.
There's
Okay.
your glowing cat now.
I know he's crying. I got to kick him out right now. Yeah, thanks for coming on, Renee. Kick that cold. We'll see you again this week, I hope.
Okay, see you later.
All right, Renee Jean on with us this morning, and we got to take a quick break here while I throttle this glowing cat. Stand by. Coming. Whoops, I got to hit the right buttons here. Yeah, learn what I'm doing better. Yeah, we're back 9:41, 19 in front of the hour. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake and a couple of stories involving our Wyoming representation in Washington. Of course, we had Senator John Barrasso on the show last week. Big thanks to Barrasso's office for carving out some time in his busy schedule to get on the show. How busy? Well, here he is on a very similar show. This looks exactly like his appearance on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Let me share this with you. This is Leo Wolson with this story about Senator Barrasso's appearance on Fox News, and Senator Barrasso basically said the same things to Fox News. Obviously, he's not going to change his tune. He's been harping on really the same two things, and that's getting back to energy, producing domestic energy. It's good for Wyoming. It's good for the country. And securing the border. He's been talking about those two things nonstop, he and President-elect Trump. Here is appearance on Fox News. Very much the same message that we've been hearing from Senator Barrasso, and the same thing he told us. The only difference between this appearance on Fox News and an appearance on Cowboy State Daily is a prettier host of the show. I don't know who this is. I don't watch Fox News. I don't watch any national news at all. Fox, CBS, NBC, none of them. I'm not interested in politics or national news. The more I stay away from national news, the better I feel. The only news I need is Cowboy State Daily, state news. Anything that happens outside of Wyoming, I'm not that interested in. But yeah, this is just like our Zoom room. Side by side, the only difference is, the host looks better than I do. Senator Barrasso, by the way, and zoom in here. I can't zoom in, but if I knew how, and for those of you who are viewing the product, some of you listen to our podcast. Soon we're going to be on radio, so we'll not have that visual element for you of the show. But if you are enjoying the visual, zoom in there with your eyeballs on Senator Barrasso to the right, and you can see in the background a couple of coffee table books and Bill Sniffen, the author. And you know Bill Sniffen. We've had him on a few times. Bill Sniffen is one of the important guys on the masthead of Cowboy State Daily, and a well-known, respected, decorated, award-winning journalist in Wyoming. Bill Sniffen, the author of those two books right behind Senator Barrasso. Talk about product placement. There you go, Yellowstone. That's how you place some product. Good job, Bill Sniffen, to get those books in the background of Senator Barrasso, who, as Leo Wilson tells us in this story, Barrasso told Fox News Sunday he's 100% behind President-elect Trump's promise for mass deportation of illegal immigrants. He also said the new Trump 2 administration could bolster Wyoming's energy industries. And that's what he's been telling everybody along the campaign trail and everybody since the campaign trail, including us, Cowboy State Daily. Thank you, Senator, for coming on the show last week. This young lady was on the show this week, this young lady being Representative Harriet Hageman. This story also from Leo Wilson. Let me share this with you. This is not Harriet here. That's Barbara Cuban. And Representative Hageman is one of delegation members who are trying to get formal recognition of the service of Barbara Cuban. She's one of the longest serving members of the U.S. House representing Wyoming. Wyoming's congressional delegation, including Barrasso and Hageman, has petitioned for legislation to name the National Historic Trails Interpretive Center in Casper in honor of former Congresswoman Barbara Cuban, who is enjoying retirement. She's 78 years young. And Harriet Hageman's quote in this story from Leo Wilson is, "Her leadership in the House is an inspiration to us all. I am honored to recognize such a wonderful public servant and friend." Yes, as Harriet shared with us earlier this morning, she and the Cuban family are friends. Harriet's father served with Barbara Cuban, long-standing. Cuban served in the U.S. House from 1995 to 2009. It makes her the second longest serving Wyoming member of the U.S. House, right behind Frank Mondell. You got to go all the way back to 1895, 1899, when Mondale served 2 terms from 95 to 97 and 1899 to 1923. So in the modern era, nobody has served longer in the House than Barbara Cuban. So, yeah, that's a great story. I hope that can be accomplished. Other stories we're following this morning. This Wyoming man, not the only Wyoming man to be sentenced for participation in that Capitol Hill uprising, the riot. I still don't understand how that is blamed on President Trump. I mean, I don't know what Trump said. I think once I went and read the transcript of his exact words. Obviously, at that time, President Trump did not say, hey, everybody go riot the Capitol, but he made perhaps allusions to that the American people should be upset about the vote, the election count. I don't know. And you know what? Honestly, if Trump said back then, everybody go attack the Capitol, it's still upon the people who do it. That might be incite to riot, perhaps in a stretch, but it's the people who actually took part. Like, don't blame the messenger. Don't blame the guy who. If I tell you to jump off a building, as my mom would explain ad nauseum, if I tell you to jump off a building, are you going to do it? It's the responsibility of the person acting. Nobody is making you do anything. Nobody's. Yeah. So. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. Well, let me get in the Zoom room when I say that, or let me get in the Jake Take room when I say that. Yeah.
The views and opinions expressed on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show are solely those of its host and do not necessarily represent those of Cowboy State Daily's reporters, editorial staff, or ownership.
Yeah, if Jake's show, Cowboy State Daily Show in the morning, if I tell you to go take up a flagpole, put on a bison head, and go riot the Capitol, it shouldn't be my fault for you if you do it. That's on you, you knucklehead. Anyway, that's Jake's take. But what we're talking about is this story from Leo Wolfson. A Wyoming man gets 3 years in prison for swinging a flagpole at police during that Capitol riot. Bedford, Wyoming resident Douglas Harrington was sentenced to 3 years in prison on Monday for assaulting police with a flagpole. Now, what was supposed to be a peaceful demonstration obviously turned a little less peaceful, and there were things that should be arrestable. Yes. And this may have been one of them. I'm not qualified to say, but it'll be interesting to see whether President Trump pardons anyone or everyone involved in the January 6th, 2021 Capitol riot. Douglas Harrington from Bedford, Wyoming, sentenced to 3 years in prison. My goodness, it seems to me excessive, noting the time actual criminals get sentenced to. Like, I mean, you can commit rape and murder and sometimes not get 3 years, it seems like. And then you're out in half the time you're sentenced for good behavior. I don't know. I don't know about the sentencing. I don't know about the whole justice system. Laramie resident August Raymond Garcia was indicted and arrested for his role. He's another Wyoming guy. Former Cody resident Andrew Galloway was sentenced to 30 days in jail and ordered to pay $1,500 in restitution. His role in the Capitol riot was climbing through a broken window at the U.S. Capitol and remaining in the building for 11 minutes. For that, he got 30 days in jail. More than 1,561 people have been charged, people representing almost every state in the country, almost all 50 states, including 3 known from Wyoming, including the latest 3-year sentence to Bedford resident Douglas Harrington. Trump has promised to pardon some, perhaps all, involved in the incident. Here's our own Leo Wolfson sharing the story with Wendy Core. Here's some photos, by the way, of the Bedford man. That's Harrington with the flagpole. That's him on the inset photo, and that's him swinging flagpoles. Now, you see the cameraman standing there. He's not too worried for his life. But, you know, if you take up a pole and swing it at a cop, yeah, you're going to get in trouble, dude. You should get in trouble. But to what degree was this whole riot? Yeah, I don't know. I don't even want to get into it. Here's Leo Wilson talking to Wendy Core.
Douglas Harrington became the first Wyoming person to get prison time for participating in the January 6, 2021 riot at the U.S. Capitol. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that the 69-year-old Bedford resident was sentenced in the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia on Monday to 40 months in prison, 24 months of supervised release, and was ordered to pay $2,000 in restitution.
Harrington first received charges in 2023, and finally his case is coming to a close. We'll see, though, what happens with his case. Even though he was sentenced to prison, President-elect Donald Trump has vowed numerous times to pardon many, if not all, of the January 6 participants who have been facing criminal charges.
More than 1,561 people have been charged from nearly all 50 states for crimes related to the breach of the U.S. Capitol. During the January 6 riot, Harrington swung a flagpole with a metal ball attached to the end of it at police officers.
Yeah, the FBI was able to identify Harrison through photos and videos and such. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the whole Capitol riot thing. I don't like the idea that we're all one American people and we should not be trying to overtake the White House or Capitol Hill or, you know. I know Russian hackers on Facebook would have us believe with planted fake stories that we're a nation at each other's throat, that we're on the verge of another civil war. I don't know if that's the case, but I certainly don't like to see when our own people are marching on Washington, D.C. because they didn't like an election. That's troublesome. Yeah, and good story from Leo Wolfson. I think the most interesting thing to see will be whether President-elect Trump pardons everyone that was involved. That will be interesting to note. 5 in front of the hour. Let's leave you with a little bit of Don Day's weather forecasting.
Welcome to Friday, TGIF. It's November 22nd, 2024. This podcast brought to you by Converse County Tourism. Douglas and Glen Rock, Wyoming are bustling with action.
Stand by, Don. You're on the wrong day. Did I do something wrong? Of course, I'm not going to blame it on me. I'm blaming it on Don, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. That's odd. I might not have the correct Don Day weather forecast. So let me find that. I'm going to have to take a break.
Welcome to Tuesday, November 26, 2024. Your Day Weather Podcast brought to you by Converse County Tourism. Douglas and Glen Rock, Wyoming are bustling with action this holiday season. Plan your excursion, including fun activities, beautiful downtowns, and historic treasures. Learn more at conversecountystourism.com. Very cold, but even Florida next week is going to see some very cold temperatures as that trough digs in. So you can see the core of the Arctic air up here. The dark green, the darker blues, and those purple areas there showing you're going to have below zero temperatures here late this week and this weekend up in south central areas of Canada. The trajectory, though, of the air, as you can see, is kind of pointed that way, and that's what's going to end up happening next week. This is by Saturday morning. We're going to get a very mature trough beginning to form in the Northeast and the Great Lakes. This is where the high pressure ridge gets cut off. So this will allow the airflow to be more sent to the east instead of to the south. The position of the ridge, how strong it is, and the flow up here really dictates where the cold air is going to go. So this really dictates how cold the U.S. gets and where it gets cold in the U.S. This is the next travel period coming up. This is from Thursday night into Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. A couple of things I want to highlight. This area right here is going to be an area of light snow that's going to form along the Arctic boundary as the Arctic air gets pushed through. So you can see it's a very narrow band, but it covers a lot of distance. So if you're traveling between Friday and Sunday, if you're going to be finding your way cutting across this area, you're going to want to just kind of keep an eye on things. It doesn't look like much, and it isn't much, but if you're driving in it, it feels like a lot, because there's that snow coming right on through here. So as the Arctic boundary comes on through, there's going to be another light period of snow right along this boundary. Now keep in mind, this boundary could be a little more east, or it could end up shifting a little bit west. So we'll update this for you tomorrow. But this is not big, but if you're going to drive through that, keep that in mind. Then let's talk about the Great Lakes region, because as this cold air spills in over the course of the Thanksgiving Day weekend and heads into the Great Lakes, it's going to be a big weather maker. This is the period of Wednesday through Sunday. So it's a 5-day period from tomorrow through Sunday of all the temperatures added together. So anywhere you see blue, green, or purple, you're going to see below average temperatures over that 5-day period. So it is going to be chilly through all of the Thanksgiving weekend in the central and western United States. Then that cold spreads east in the Great Lakes. Now keep in mind, the Great Lakes don't have any significant ice on them yet. The water temperatures are still warm from the summer and fall, and you have Arctic air that's going to be coming over the Great Lakes region. And this is going to be making news. Look at these lake effect snows. Going to have to watch that Buffalo Bill game Sunday. There could be a lot of snow depending on where the snow bands set up in that Buffalo area later this weekend. But if you're headed anywhere into the Great Lakes region or parts of the northeastern U.S., even into parts of Pennsylvania there, you're going to have a lot of wintry weather through the Thanksgiving weekend to keep an eye on. And again, this doesn't look like much, but that could be icy and snowy in some areas. So there's quite a bit of weather, more than we've had over the last couple of years for the Thanksgiving period. We'll have an update for you tomorrow on travel. In the meantime, have a good Tuesday.
Well, thank you, Don. I'm a Buffalo Bills fan. I'll be excited to see some snow for that game. We got to wrap things up for this Tuesday. We covered a lot of ground. The Colorado judge rules transgender athlete can play for San Jose State. And the upcoming Mountain West volleyball tournament, Congresswoman Hageman accusing Teton County Sheriff of allowing ICE detainees to go free from his jail. Meanwhile, Sheriff Carr says that's not true at all. We asked Representative Harriet Hageman about that and much more when she joined the show this morning. Big thank you to Congresswoman Hageman for joining us this morning. The loneliest tree in Montana gets a lot of love and a Christmas makeover from a long-haul trucker out of Texas. Now you know why that tree is decorated in the middle of nowhere. The mystery of fame hijacker D.B. Cooper continues to spark interest. The story broke by our own Jen Coker. Is the case finally solved after the Cowboy State Daily expose? Could be. The secret spot to see up to 2-3 dozen moose in one place? Not so secret anymore. Our own Mark Hines does not divulge where exactly it is, but he does talk with photographers who have been there. It's in Grand Teton National Park. That's all we'll tell you. And the guy caught on video swinging a flagpole at the Capitol riot back in 21. He's from Bedford, Wyoming, just got sentenced to 3-year stretch in the federal pen. Will President-elect Trump pardon him as one of his first acts coming in January? We'll find out. These stories and a whole bunch more on this morning's Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. For now, wishing you a good Tuesday. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
The views and opinions expressed on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show are solely those of its host and do not necessarily